move to AC, and saving throws.
And it does require an attunement slot.
Yes. I have that written in. Can you do it real quick? Just yes.
I'm here.
I'm not sure.
I was muted. I'm here. Sorry. I was like, I'm talking to everybody. Why can't they? Oh, I must be muted. Here we go, random of Ravish.
All right. Welcome on in, everyone. Hello. I hope you're all having a
Hello.
fantastic day. Let me just get rid of Spotify right over top the, the middle screen here.
More music.
As far as I recall, what happened last time is you guys basically saved the city, right?
Again.
Yeah.
As you do. It's kind of a pastime
yeah.
at this point.
It's our hobby. Sticking our noses in places that don't belong. We learned a lot about the 7 champions, or 8. Well, they're technically 8.
The Chosen, yeah.
The chosen champions, same
I
thing.
mean, basically.
We've got Siegebringer, Maledict, the Plague Maiden. That's what I. Corpsemonger, the Shadow of the Beast, the Eternal Fire, the Reborn, and the Behemoth. We killed Siegebringer after dropping a mountain on him, right?
Yeah.
Siegebringer.
The Siegebringer has been brought.
Now just imagine if you didn't drop a mountain on him.
Yeah, that would have been no thank you. Ouch. My insides. I like them there. We also got a lot of fun little tidbits about people. Sterling managed to do some excellent improvisational character acting when we snuck in. Then he turned into a giant, and that was fun. And then
fun.
Got to be basically just held up to a ceiling instead of having to climb. There was fun things that happened that last session, and feelings were talked about, and secrets were discovered and then told to be not known. We learned that one of the stewards is got a little bit of not a crush, but a interest in our group, and we're not sure why. Or maybe they just really, really love the city. But their motives and things behind their actions for giving us the oh shit button scroll that they gave us. The party learned that Mike is a changeling, and that they know a lot about were creatures. What? Can't be. No, my feelings.
You also learn the potential that the Maledict is down south, near the other refuge. And that the veteran runners are apparently going to go, quote unquote, deal with the problem.
Yeah.
Or at least that was the implication made.
Yeah, that was definitely the implication made, and we told everybody to be careful.
And you were you were informed of the new concoction that they were able to make from because of Sterling, getting infected. Although that was more of a brief mention than anything. I'm trying to.
A lot happened last session. Now that I think about it.
Sterling got a horse.
Sterling learned how to horse.
Indeed. It's really funny to me because in the moment it didn't dawn on me that Fine Steed is a 10-minute casting time. So you were just like, hold on, I'm gonna horse. And for 10 minutes everybody waited.
No, we were doing other things.
Well, he horse while people were doing other stuff.
I mean, so I believe someone was chopping up a body.
Oh yeah, frying off the plates.
He's
and whatnot.
like strong guy, so we're like, hey, what do you you want to grab an axe and start chopping, or?
No, man, I'll be done with this in a minute.
Because we also brought home another stray.
Mm-hmm.
You know, seems to be a pastime of my character, bringing home strays. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Yeah, no.
Who was it this time?
Oh, the one guy that we didn't murder.
The guy that got chucked at the cave. He just got thrown straight.
And knocked out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Vidar, another V name.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh, and I also found out about what's his name having. Oh God, my brain is trying to remember. I'm barely grasping at it. The dude whose sister got messed up and we saved.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Had another sibling.
Ivo,
whom matches a name of someone in the keep.
Yes. Although I think you managed to put that together after stream, actually.
Yeah, it took me a bit because I was like, why do these names sound familiar? Not only the fact that you use a lot of names that sound similar, sir, but I was like, why do I? It's okay, I like it though, but we're good. So yeah, and that I don't think we have discussed that because my character learned that name separately. Would need to talk to is Mortis to put those pieces together fully.
I mean, pieces are good to have, and you guys have.
Yeah.
You guys were basically told you have a week before you leave on your next mission, so the question is, what are you guys doing for that week? I mean, if anything, maybe just sleeping. You did just basically take out an entire army and a walking monstrosity. So.
Yeah. Seda is never one to sleep when there's work to do. We'll get up early one morning and take a bunch of that metal to the metalsmith, not the alchemist, metalsmith, because I talked to you about this after game about getting everybody some shields. Even though not everybody uses a shield, it's not a bad idea to have one just in case.
Yes, you can. So. You can. Did I give you an amount? I don't remember if I did.
We already. It's already taken care of.
Okay.
So that's why I figure I'll just have her come and be like, have them come and be like, here you go, have a shield, because it's already done.
I believe it was 5, right? Because you wanted to make sure you got one for
one for me and then one for everybody on our team. Yeah.
Yeah, which would be the 4 of you and then Reach.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no, you can absolutely do that. So I can just picture you like coming home with this stack of shields like in your hands, just like start passing them out to people.
Yeah, essentially sometime like I don't know, day number or whatever, because it's not gonna take long to bang out the shields, but that'll happen at a later date, and they're not gonna, and they'll say that we'll tell everybody then. Until that important time, she's not gonna tell them that that's a thing that's happening.
Yeah, I'll say that'll be day 3 to give them time to sort of hammer them out and get the handles affixed to them, and you're all good.
Make them usable. Cool. Yeah. So day 1 and 2. Does anybody do anything day 1? Resting.
Probably resting from taking the giant mace to the chest.
Fair. Sterling, that actually reminds me. So as you're sleeping, probably halfway through the night on the first day, you sort of just snap awake at one point with the realization of the book that you got that the ritualistic salute from. It just the title hits you. It's comparing and contrasting modern religions and cults. Knowing the difference could prevent the next holy war, and it's in the library.
That's an amazing really title.
Yeah, it is. You do remember having read it in the library. If you wanted to go back at some point and get it. If not, that's fine, but you remembered.
Well, hey, why not? Yeah, I might as well bring that up and share it with the party during the week.
Yeah. Yeah, are you going to get it like right then, or are you going to wait till morning? I
can wait till morning.
Fair. And you did mention you wanted something else, which you can also get from the library, and we can just do that. If you want to just like mention the next day that you're headed to the library, and anybody can go with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sterling says he's going to the library. Is anybody interested in going with him?
Absolutely. That's my stomping grounds.
Why are we going to the library?
I remembered what book I saw the ritual thing in, and I want to pick up something else too.
Oh. I suppose it's not a bad way to learn things.
Reading? No, not really.
You do know I learn most of my things from experience outside, right?
You do know how to read, right?
You learn by doing.
Yes, I do know how to read.
Amet, would you like to go with them?
Yeah, I guess I just hear everybody talking about it, and I'm just like, yeah, why not?
Fair. Everybody's going in. I think Rish is off doing something else at this point. So, unless somebody goes and gets him specifically, which I doubt you will, he's off doing his own thing.
I mean, he's allowed.
Fair. Yeah, you guys head into the library. I think most of you have been here before. Am I wrong?
Oh no, I've definitely been to the library, but I just don't spend a lot of time reading.
Fair. So when you guys come in, there's like that little chime, like the little bell that's on the door, and you hear a voice from somewhere deep within the library. Hold on, I'll be there in a moment. You hear scrambling, and up over the bookshelves comes this sort of like older, it's starting to gray a little bit monkey goblin. So like the fur on his arms have started to gray a little bit. His tail's sort of got a little gray in the red. And he's just still standing at the top of one of the bookshelves. Oh, what can I help all of you with?
Tell him, Sterling.
I need one of the books that had Guide to Preventing Holy War in the title.
I know exactly the one you mean. Give me just a moment. He skitters off across the top of the bookshelves, and you hear a thump as he jumps down somewhere in the back of the library. Probably 2 or 3 minutes later, he comes back with the book, and it's just like, you know, that old classic trope where he just like blows it off, and like a ton of dust sweeps out, and he goes, "Well, I think you were actually the last one to check it out. Here it is."
I was just gonna say that.
Thank
Was
you.
he the last person to check the book out?
Yeah, like a year ago.
Maybe more. I'm not really sure.
Why did you check this book out? Are you trying to prevent the holy war?
Well, no, it was just something I ended up browsing largely.
Huh. All right. Well.
He sort of like stands up really straight because he's like quite a bit shorter than all of you, and he looks at you, Sade, and he goes like, "I can't say I've seen you here in quite some time."
Well,
Right?
you don't exactly have a blossoming herbiculture and the outside world collection. The nature section's a little thin.
Yeah, I think it was 4 books last I checked.
Oh well, you know, we are working. Well, actually, out of character, real quick. I remember earlier on, Amet and Seda were like drawing stuff that they found, like the mushrooms and the weird exploding spiky death mushrooms, and
Yeah, definitely.
like we were taking nature notes.
I remember that.
Yeah.
And I
Okay,
think it's safe
sorry.
to assume you kept doing that.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, though, do that for the plague stuff across.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Did you do that for the plague stuff that we came across? The
I imagine we probably have a couple different journals, like just because it's good to keep track of and record of that kind of stuff, or else you can't really learn.
We're also told that's secret, right?
Yeah, but we've been told a lot of things are secret.
That's why I'm clarifying.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, there's a nature journal, and then there's a surviving this shithole plague journal.
Right.
Sada's talking currently now about the nature journal. Right. Sorry about that. Back into character. Yeah. Well, I mean, I am working on it. Unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm not really sure yet. A lot of the stuff I end up doing is hunting and killing things, and not a lot of time to grab a piece of paper or grab some plants and press it between 2 pages.
Well, that's fair. I certainly hope someday they can get to the point where it's safe enough out there to actually go on expeditions and things, right?
Well, monsters are, well, not monsters. Well, yeah, I guess they technically are monsters, are a natural part of this world, so there will always be some inherent danger.
Certainly.
Even without the plague.
But it would be nice if there was a little less, you know?
Oh, yeah, no. A few less, 5 or 8 less hook horrors in the region is much better.
That doesn't sound particularly pleasant, but
no?
Not entirely sure what it is.
Oh. A giant turtle bird. A giant turtle bird with hooks for claws. Giant hooks. Like this. They hold their hands up and like, I mean, sure, we could draw you a picture. We've got some shells. Yeah, they're awful. And big.
Oh, is that what those were? I was visiting I forgot his name, Alexei, the other day, and he had these things he was affixing to it was like a hook weapon he was making.
Yeah, those were its claws.
Oh no.
Yep. Each one had 2.
And they could fly then?
No, they just kind of like skittered around on the ground. They're just bird-like with like feather-type weird fleshy lizard bits around their neck.
They were also cave-dwelling.
Yeah, they lived underground.
Yeah. Didn't have the best eyesight, but a few generations up top, that'll change.
Well,
that's a terrifying thought.
Or would have changed.
Well.
It doesn't sound like they'll have the opportunity now.
Not here, at least. Hopefully. I didn't find any eggs, so we should be good.
Well, they can,
anyways,
certainly live elsewhere, and preferably not near here.
Yeah, far, far away.
Indeed.
To the south, preferably.
Speaking of those nature books, do any of them deal with, be it flora and fauna outside the valley?
He sort of hesitates. Nothing out on the shelves that I'm permitted to hand out. But...
We're being sent outside the valley. Anything that'll help us survive and come back home would be great.
You hex him. Oh no.
Sorry, it's my bad. I'm making my character sheet on point. I accidentally clicked that. I forgot. I switched something out so I had extra damage on my hex, and I'm typing that in, but I accidentally clicked it.
Why, Immortus? Why?
Sorry, guys.
I can understand that, and I would certainly love to give it to you, but sadly, it's not something I can give out without permission of one of the stewards.
We have time. We can.
Do we have to fill out a permission slip?
As far as I'm aware, you just go speak to one of them, and then they send me notice that you have permission to take the book.
Okay.
Or we can just read it in here, right?
Yeah,
no,
is that an option?
Just reading it in the library?
Yeah.
Indeed. Did I misinterpret? I thought you wanted to take it away.
Oh, no.
No, we can read it here.
I don't need to read it outside for atmosphere. Seda just kind of like shrugs, looks around at all the books, like smells like parchment and dust. I mean, that's fine. It's better than other things I've been smelling.
Well, if you're just going to read it while you're here, come right this way. And he kind of takes you into like this like little back room that you assume it has like is like the place you're supposed to read these like secret books. And he goes, a moment, and he literally just comes back in with what is a survival guide for forested regions, and he hands it to you, and he's like, "This is really the only thing we've got on the wildlife around the valley." outside and around the valley.
How old is this?
Well, considering it was brought here with the original settlers of the refuge, over 100 years old.
So Seda looks at the book, looks at Sterling's like, if you want a history lesson in plants, there you go.
Sterling just shrugs and takes off both the books.
And has a seat, because we're sitting here to read them.
First, he'll go through the Avoiding the Holy War book to find out where that ritual was.
That particular ritual came from the Cult of the Searing Flame, which was, all those years ago, was an offshoot of the Silver Flame, which was an ancient religion. The Searing Flame decided to go a bit over the top with the concept of eliminating quite specifically the undead, and did not care much for collateral damage. They had a habit of the dog barking. Hush, hush. Of quite literally destroying entire villages because they thought there were vampires there.
The dog senses undead.
The dog, you're in danger.
The dog's favorite animal is undead, so he started barking when you mention it.
Beautiful. But yeah, so it largely talks about like their focus on eliminating undead, and you do see a familiar phrase in there about wearing the weight of your survival upon your shoulders.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's got to start somewhere.
It also has a section talking about how your number one goal should be eliminating these evil creatures, the undead. And if you are to become a monster in the process, and your faith cannot keep your humanity, then eventually you too will be hunted. But in the meantime, destroy as many as you can.
Cool.
So, it seems quite likely that this was like the basis for what Creighton's got going on over there.
The offshoot of the offshoot turned into a cult.
Yep.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, Sterling will probably set up to get that transcribed down.
And just note this down. Yep.
While we're sitting there, since there's literally nothing else to do while Sterling reads, Seda will peruse the natural journal of the surrounding areas and look over what still looks like it qualifies, what, knowing what I know of the areas surrounding the edges of where we are, guess, and making any kind of inferences on what may lie outside of it still and currently.
If you assume that the plague hasn't overrun the creatures outside,
yeah.
A lot of the creatures are going to pretty much be the same.
Yeah. Just maybe changed because of survival habits and patterns may change, but they'll be changing in the way in which my character's used to because
of the recent influx of more plague than normal.
Yeah.
In the valley. And so
I grew up with creatures acting, oh, hey, there's this plague thing, so I understand how they're supposed to act currently. So reading them like, oh, this is what they used to act like? Oh, that's cute,
But in the amount of time that you have to sit here and read it, you can basically get the idea that the majority of the animals outside of the valley are going to be very similar to those inside the valley.
Yeah.
There might be swampy areas. It sort of talks about how there's like swamp out there and the different types of creatures that live in the swamps. A lot of which you're like, oh, that's weird. I don't even know what that is because you
what's
don't live
a swamp?
in a swamp. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know what the little marshy area next to the side of the river is. So I'm now imagining Seda's just sitting there going, all right, so it's like all those reeds and all this squishy stuff, but literally just like a flooded farm, like a floodplain. Because floodplains we live on a river, so I know what a floodplain is. So then a swamp, and I'm just like thinking, oh god.
But you
So-
will know that that's that's to the north after you leave the valley, and you haven't been given exactly what direction you're headed yet.
We're
so-
going yet. Okay. So Sata's sitting there, like, kind of brows squishing in and turning up. Is like they're just kind of like reading, and it's like they look like they're gonna have a headache, or they have a headache currently.
I mean, fair. So while the two of them are reading for about 2 hours, what are the other two of you doing?
I'll read too. I'll try to find something relevant to like other cities and stuff like that around. Stuff I've read before since I was kind of into lore and stuff, but
Yeah, you most of what you find here, you know, to be like historical fiction. Like it's a real city, but it's a fictional story about the real city. You know what I'm talking about?
right. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
It seems the majority of the like actual full-on history books, with a handful of exceptions, were picked from the library at some point or another.
Just refreshing myself for what might be coming.
Fair. Mostly it talks about the one that you like catches your eye that you read about is a story of a rebellion in this very large city to the south of where the valley, where you exit the valley. And you kind of get the hint that the city is real, but the rebellion never happened.
I see. Yes.
And to say that the city is large is kind of an understatement. It's like so large that it wouldn't fit in the valley. It is like the largest city you've ever heard of.
Poppycock.
Ridiculous. All right, Amet, what is it you're doing in this time period?
I guess I'm just looking around the library to see if I can find anything cool.
As you're looking around, you do find some basic alchemy books that could teach you some alchemy if you wanted to take the time. Other than that, unless you also want to dive into the fiction section, which you absolutely could.
I'll look through the alchemy ones.
Oh, fair. Yeah. I imagine do you head back to the same room as everybody else, or do you just sit right there and read?
I'll just sit right there.
Fair. Yeah, it definitely it's like, you know, basic alchemy, right? You're fairly certain that if you took the time, you could use this book to become proficient in an alchemist kit. Alchemy supply, sorry. If you wanted to take that time, which is totally up to you, but it would be a couple weeks probably.
Isn't it like a decent amount of time?
Yeah.
To learn
but
a new skill.
it is a book that would give you the ability to do that, as opposed to having to go be taught by someone.
For 250 days.
Yeah.
A gold a day, please. What? 250 days, please. What?
Which also this might be one of the books you could take with you, and then you could just do that on your journey if you were interested in learning alchemy.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, you just need to find the librarian, who I forgot to mention. His name is Crate.
Crate?
Yeah, with a K. Krait.
Librarian Crate.
But yeah, you can just be like, hey, can I take this book with me? Which currently he's like sort of hanging from the top of a bookshelf with his tail, and then just restocking the shelf, reaching down in the cart with one hand and passing it to the other hand and putting it in the shelf. And he looks up when you walk up. Oh, yes, can I help you?
Can I take this?
That is basic alchemy. Yeah, feel free. Typically, we like to have you bring them back within a month, but usually runners are the exception.
Oh, God, we could be longer than a month. Ugh. Like, mid book, just like.
It just suddenly hits you. You don't even hear the conversation. You're just like, oh, no.
Looking at maps and pictures and things.
And I believe your name was Met, right? I'll just have to write down that you're the one who took it. No problem at all.
Thanks.
Enjoy the book. Yeah, but I think after that 2 hours has elapsed, you've pretty much gathered the majority of the information you're going to find quickly. You could always take the book with you, Sterling, but whether or not you're going to find more information than you already have is up for debate. At least relevant to that.
Getting the basic information on it copied down twice was the main aim.
Fair.
One copy for us, one copy for the city.
Yeah, you sort of copied that section of the book about the searing flame.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah, I'd say you do manage to finish that in that time period. As for Seda, you get the idea that if you were to take this book with you, it would help you. Hold on, excuse me. In identifying, plants that you weren't familiar with, or animals that you weren't familiar with, and whether or not they were harmful. Typical survival guide stuff. But in terms of just reading through it, it's unlikely you're going to retain all that information on 1 or 2 reads.
Yeah.
But it's up to you if you want to...
Well, I mean, I have to go borrow a book from the steward anyways, but none of these jack-offs know that, so they're not gonna say that out loud.
Might as well go ask about this one.
Yep, exactly. So...
These jack-offs.
Well, it's a secret! It has to be a secret. It's a secret. Secret. It's just a secret. And then the only reason it's a secret is so you guys don't have to lie about it.
Oh, what song is that from? It's gonna kill me now. I get that reference.
Mm-hmm.
So I think all of you end up leaving the library, and who took a book with them? Did Sterling take that one, and Amet took the Basic Alchemy? No, so only Amet took Basic Alchemy.
Yeah, Seda is gonna be like, I'll catch up with you guys later. I gotta go pick some stuff up.
Okay, do we want to take the nature book with us?
We can't.
Nah.
Yeah, not unless you get steward permission, which
Oh,
doable.
Right.
Now that was part of that. That's why. Yeah. So Seda just leaves.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
why we already covered this.
We're gonna be writing a book about nature when we come back.
We're gonna be writing a book about nature when Seda stops. We'll need parchment of some form to make notes on as we go out there, because I don't. Yeah.
I've got
Make
some,
notes.
but I mostly use it for my my books.
Seda looks you dead in the eyes. This is exactly why I'm telling you now. We will need parchment, separate from your personal supply, to keep notes on our trip and journey along the way, because this is one of the first times in a very long time anyone has gone as far as we are going to go.
Fair enough.
About face and walks off in usual sassy manner.
Or just you know exactly where to get parchment. You can just go talk to.
Yeah, I got a guy.
Yeah.
Gonna go score some page.
Let's go score some page. Yeah.
Can't forget that ink.
You gotta get that ink, man.
Hey man,
get it in a steel bottle too, because it doesn't. You don't want that glass shit. That shit breaks.
Hey, my well's running dry, if you know what I mean.
So I believe the rest of you are, unless Immortus is doing that now, the rest of you are heading back to the Runner's Den, and
I can do it tomorrow. We got like 10 days, right?
I
mean, 7 days, right?
7 days, yeah.
Like a week.
Well, this is the second day, so 6 days. But yeah. Seda, so you do the whole shebang where you come up to the gate and you do the knock on the gate thing, and a few minutes later, it seems like the person who opens the gate this time around is actually a servant.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, What is it that we can help you with?
I need to. Well, one, I need to make a request for a book from the steward, and two, also need to ask a couple questions on the assignment we've been given.
Indeed.
We're runner group 4. We're 4, right?
I thought we're 3.
3.
Are we 3?
We've
Okay.
added a runner group.
We're runner group 3, if that helps you.
Indeed. Follow me and please wait outside the house until I inform them. And they sort of lead you over to the house and turn and like indicate for you to wait there, open the door and step inside and close it behind themselves. It's one of those like long tense moments where you're like, is this a bad time? Because it definitely takes a little bit longer than you feel like it should, or even that you feel like it has in the past.
Okay, I say I feel like Seda, like everything takes longer than Seda wants it to take.
Yeah, this is a little bit more than impatience, and definitely more along the lines of something was happening.
I mean, they could have just told me to come back.
It's a few minutes later, and you're sort of like, rocking back on your heels, like getting a little bit more impatient than normal. And the servant comes out, sort of head held down, maybe a little bit lower than a moment ago, like they were berated or something. And they go, "The stewards will see you now."
All right. Is the house on fire? I don't see any smoke.
Not the house.
Ah. Okay.
And they motion for you to step inside. You come inside and you see so the same room you've been in once or twice before.
Yeah.
On the table there seems to be a map folded over and a book placed on top of it. And Senin is pacing in front of a cold fireplace. Lycus is sitting in the long chair. What is it, like a love seat type of thing?
The lounge, the fainting chair?
Yes, that thing. Oh my god, I didn't know that was what it was called. Thank you. Hey, I learned
You're
today.
welcome. They can also be called chase lounges, but I like to call them the fainting chair because that's what they're most prevalently used for.
I love it. He is sort of flipping through the pages in a book when you come in, and then he sort of snaps it shut and he goes, Seda, what can we help you with?
Well, apparently I have to have permission to check out a book on nature from the library.
The one that talks about outside the valley.
I can update it too on our trip if you'd like.
Please do. Be sure to send word to the librarian that you can take it.
Thank you. Sorry, like if this was a bad literally look between the two of them and like kind of shrug. Like if this was a bad time, sorry. Like you guys can tell us to come back, and just figured I needed to get this going sooner rather than later because
Senin turns and sort of like through gritted teeth goes, there won't be a better time anytime soon unless you happen to know how to tame a man-child who quite literally has the power to level a city.
Ooh. What makes them happy?
Huh.
The blood of children.
That definitely had sounded like a ton of bricks, like she hadn't even considered that thought. Although, is that really that surprising?
No, it's not, but
Well,
I mean, that's what you do with most kids, right? If they're having a temper tantrum, you find something that they like and yay.
Is that how you deal with children during temper tantrums?
Calmly now, child.
I've been ignoring them this whole time.
I mean, say it is. That was that there. That's the from the mouth of. That's how this works, right? Nature.
Huh.
But
that's actually quite a good idea. Thank you. Senin,
you're welcome.
Quite literally walks past you, grabs a cloak, throws it over her shoulders, pulls on a hat, and walks out the door.
Oh, okay. cool. You're welcome. as they're gone.
I don't think she'll ever understand the niceties of dealing with other people.
Probably not. But she's trying.
In her
It
way.
seems.
In her way.
Yeah. In her creepy. I don't say this, but think in her creepy, horrible, vampiric way.
Fair.
Hobgoblin-y, vampiric way.
It's
You're made of so many things I don't like.
heck of a combination, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, was there another topic?
I was
of
wondering-
interest?
We talked about books last time we hung out, or last time we met, and mentioned your favorite. When he dropped by and caught her as pallid form in order to give back the spell, she was going to borrow his favorite book
Yes.
to stash it in and read it. To read it in and then stash the thing in to give it back. That book you said you would let me borrow, that thing, is essentially what's happening.
Of course. Oh, please forgive me. A lot's been going on. I've quite forgotten.
Yeah, no problem. Understand completely. More than I want to.
He stands up and heads to the mantle on top of the fireplace where you see now 6 different books, and he runs his finger along them and takes the one in the dead center, and he turns and hands it to you. He thinks for a moment. He steps into another room and then comes back with a different book and puts it in the center of the mantle.
Ah.
Well, hopefully that will do as we discussed.
It should. I don't read too terribly much, but it's a good habit to get into.
And that nature book will help as well, I imagine.
In between a Mortis and a Met, the art should come out actually pretty decent. And apparently Sterling really likes to read, so conceptually speaking, at least the content will make some sense.
I guess I was always a surprise with that one.
Yeah, a little bit.
Welcome one
So
to be
big
sure.
and so big and intimidating size-wise. In nature, he would be like this dominating monster, but in turn, he's actually really kind and gentle.
Reminded of the largest of puppies I've ever seen.
That's actually a pretty good fit. He is a little bit like a puppy.
In any case,
Well, yeah.
if there's
Go ahead.
nothing else, I certainly need to get back to solving some problems.
Do you happen to know which are we going north? What? Just any idea of what direction we might be heading out of town? The valley. I mean, oh, that's a weird sentence.
If the DM can remember the difference between east and west for the first time in literally ever, I want to say east.
You can just say he tells her or tells Seda, and then ta-da, we know. And when you figure it out later on, it's fine. I'm not gonna get. You said west, but we're going east.
Whoa.
How dare you? No.
Oh,
It's cool.
Absolutely.
My immersion's been ruined.
Ruined, absolutely destroyed.
I'm relatively certain it's west, but the exact path you'll take to get there is a bit winding.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. And thank you for your efforts. And we'll
Hopefully we can keep the town safe, and maybe by the time I retire in better state than it was when I started.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Wait, you're gonna retire?
Someday. Probably not anytime soon.
Yeah. So there's this a moment, and Sada's getting ready to leave, tucking the book under their arm, that like this kind of like the brows pushed down, like there's a thought. Legitimately, just like, how long am I gonna live? I don't even know. Like that's the thought that crosses their mind in that moment, because this just not a human. I'm not a this. So yeah. Well, all right. Well, I guess have a fantastic afternoon. Try not to read too much, and remember, rest is good for your brain.
Indeed, rest is good for the brain.
And then Seda pieces out. If the servant's there, cool. If not, Seda just opens their own goddamn doors, because it's not that hard.
Yeah. No, the servant is definitely not standing there anymore, but you can see them like off on the other side of the like walled off area here.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to be talking to someone. Actually, you know what? Your passive perception is what? 15?
17.
Oh, it's 17.
Yeah, it went up.
Oh no. Well, I can change it on the overlay in like 2 seconds flat. Let's fix it. Bam, 17. Yeah, no. You see that is that they are clearly talking to Io, and interestingly enough, they seem a lot more. The servant seems a lot less distraught at this point.
Oh.
And Io just is talking to them like they seem to be having like a jovial conversation.
Oh God, is that the man-child she was talking about?
Definitely in like the shade of the castle, because he is still a vampire and is just sort of like outside to look around and not to walk into the sunlight. But
oh, huh?
Yeah. So I mean, unless you want to stand here and watch this conversation for an extended.
Oh no, just that moment, just the huh? Okay, and then the just continue on with my day, which I don't know what that contains yet. Reading the book, it looks like.
Fair. So I don't know that any of you have anything else you want to do this day, because this is day 1.
No.
So I think all of you make it back to the Runner's Den and rest for the evening. But before we roll over to the next day, did anybody else's perception change that I didn't catch?
I don't think. No, mine didn't.
Yeah, mine is still 13.
All right. Amet?
I think I'm the only one that leveled up their wisdom, so.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think as you guys rest for this evening, it's a lot louder than it normally is as you guys are trying to sleep, because late in the evening,
Amet's is 15.
Amet's is 15. All right, thank you.
We did get a proficiency bonus increase.
Oh, fair. Yeah, that'll do it. You hear one of the other teams leaving for a late night mission.
Were we around when they got their briefing?
Probably not.
Some
actually.
of them.
Not this particular briefing, no. But you also knew that the veterans were going to be leaving soon, so
yeah,
it could easily be them trying to leave at night. Be a bit more stealthy. What's up?
I mean, it's my parents, so I might go say goodbye. if that's who I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, you can always peek out your door and make sure that it's them before you do anything.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it appears to be the veterans gearing up to leave.
Yeah, go stick my nose in business it's not mine. I mean, I know what's going on, so it's not like it's a secret to me. But yeah, definitely go say goodbye. Tell them to be careful.
So you were the one that got the information, then, weren't you? You and your team.
Yep,
Well,
we were.
having information on your enemies is always the favored option, isn't it?
In theory, yes. It's a doozy, though. Be extra careful.
Well, I think this is actually someone that the rest of the party, since we started the game, hasn't interacted with. Really, it's Keth, who's currently speaking to you. Well, I can't say that I care for the idea of plague being thrown about in such a manner, but
Well, I mean, no, but needs to be dealt with.
indeed.
I don't like the fact that it can literally just throw it at you guys.
Well, hopefully this concoction that was crafted from your teammates, hitchhikers,
Mm-hmm. Will help.
Will help.
Okay. Are you guys like the test guinea pigs on this one?
On the concoction itself, well,
Yeah.
they've assured us it's been tested, but I'm not entirely sure how they managed it inside the castle.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. Sure. They probably tested it, all right. To that end, just it was a weird magic arrow, right?
Yes.
Okay. Be mindful of the arrows.
It could have, now that you think back on it, could have been a bolt, but either way,
bolt,
same
yeah.
effect.
It locks you down.
Mm.
So if you get hit by it, you can't get anywhere. It's magic.
Sterling might come out too.
You hear the conversation and you step out. That's fair, because this is the center room, and you guys are all pretty equidistant from it.
Yeah.
I think Asha goes, well, some of us are quite good at getting out of sticky situations like that, aren't we?
Yeah, you are. But magic is still weird and does things and breaks rules. So
That is a fair point that I don't care to admit is true. So I won't.
yeah, well, good. I know you always do, but just watch each other's backs. I hate to have a vendetta against another thing that exists in this world.
So I think Sadil, who is now standing behind you, goes, I can tell you vendettas tear at your heart for as long as you keep them.
They do. But, I mean, there's some things we need to talk about when you guys get back.
Would it be fair to say that Sterling could have made a few more copies of the cult information?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can just give them our copy.
Yeah.
You have a week.
Yeah, you have a week.
Yeah.
You can always just make another one.
Yeah.
So we can.
But yeah, he's going to give them a copy. That copy.
Hi, Sterling.
Evening.
This is Keith, Sadell, and Asha, my parents.
Neither is on the other end of the table, and Rezkin is currently in the kitchen, but they're all within earshot.
Yeah.
Sterling sets the page that you recognize, one of the ones that he copied, on the table. This is some of the history and behaviors of what we encountered when we went out last.
Interesting.
I remembered it as an excerpt from one of the books we have in the library and went back to copy it down.
They are a fair touch more fanatical than they were, which is saying something because they were pretty fanatical then as well.
Well, I'm sure this is information that we can certainly garner from. As Rezkin walks into the room with it almost looks like a mushy pouch. You're not sure what's in it, but it looks very mushy.
I don't know that I want to know what's in it.
Well, what was it that was said about knowing your enemies. This will certainly help with that, won't it?
Yeah, it will.
I thought so.
As like a number of beetles like crawl up her back and onto the top of her head, and she just looks up at you, Seda, and Sterling, and smiles. Well, thank you.
You're welcome. It's in everyone's best interest that you guys have as many things in your arsenal as possible.
Well, no longer that each of us survives, the longer the rest of us survive, right?
Yep.
Indeed.
Right. Well, not happy travels. Safe travels. Don't get in too much trouble.
And the same goes to you. I hear you're leaving soon.
Yeah, I've got a few days,
Yeesh.
Yeah.
and then we're. Does everybody know that we're leaving? Like out?
Actually,
Do they know?
to your
Or
knowledge,
they would just know that
no one
they
knows
just
that
know
you're
that we're-
leaving the
Yeah.
valley. They just know you're going on a mission.
Yeah, we might. Heck, you guys might make it back before we do.
You're going out for a long one, then.
Yeah. Do any of
Yeah.
my parents? I mean, that level. Actually, she's gonna know Druidic. Well, shit. Like, did they specifically tell us not to tell anyone?
The implication is that you're not supposed to tell any of the citizens, but there was no discussion of telling other runners,
Yeah.
which is
We're
pretty
going.
universal for everything that you've
Yeah.
experienced.
Runners tend to know more. Yeah. We're leaving the valley.
There's this like loud thump as this large hammer that Sedil had in her hand slams onto the table, and she turns to you. Leaving the valley.
Yeah, leaving the valley. I think we're hoping to find some kind of weapon or information about something. Correct?
That was the implication, but you don't actually know
Yeah.
what you're looking for yet.
Yeah. Heavily implying that we might find something that will aid us in our fight. There.
Well, I don't. And Sedil has gone from like her normally perfectly cool and collected self to a bit more anxious.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you're aware that I am one of the few people left in this town that has actually seen outside the valley.
Yeah, you're one of the only people I know that's ever been outside the valley, but you don't talk about it much.
And there's certainly reason for that. Let me just say that hopefully they give you some of this new concoction. It is not great in terms of how widespread the plague is outside the valley, and there are other things to look out for that I dare not even try to describe.
Okay. Well, strangely feel like I'm very equipped for this. It might be your fault. She literally just looks at all three of them. And my crew is good. We'll be okay.
I have no doubt that you'll make it back. Just concerned about how you'll change.
Well, we all know that can happen fairly regularly. Hopefully we'll talk to him about the plague level and whatnot out there. But that's good to know. That means most of the wildlife that does exist out there is going to be a far cry from normal if it's been surviving in a dense plague infestation. So that's good information to have. Do you know how readily available supplies are going to be, or are we going to pack real heavy?
Asha goes, well, I know that I was out of the valley much longer ago than Sedilla was, but there were still animals running about if you're talking about hunting.
Yeah, I mean, survive. We need to eat while we're out. You can only bring so many rations.
But one thing to note that unless it is one of the larger plague creatures emitting the smoke, plants are relatively unaffected, if not completely unaffected, so you can still find plant life to eat.
Okay. Vegetation's still a go.
But,
That's good.
Just in case, Asha sort of takes off her necklace and hands it to you, Seda.
Aww.
We're both going on dangerous missions. And we can't say how likely it is that either of us will make it back, but I have a feeling this will help you more than it will help me right now. It was my mother's.
Damn it. She crumples and hugs her.
I'm sure it'll be okay. Probably.
Thank you. Takes the necklace back. You all have to come back, not necessarily in one piece, but at least breathing, okay? Preferably in one piece, but alive. I will settle for alive.
Well, I'd like to think that I'll stay alive, but if this thing is as resistant to fire as you say, I'll have to find a new tactic, won't I?
Yeah. Probably. Oh.
I have a few ideas.
You can always go see the Oh, you're leaving right now.
Oh,
Hold on.
I've got some special things from the alchemist that might help.
Okay, good. Good. I was gonna say got some frost flasks and stuff like that might help. I don't know how cold will damage it, if at all. But
well, it's all right.
Just decapitate it. I feel like that's a solid go. Just chop its head clean off and then submerge it in water. Everything needs oxygen, right? To a certain extent.
Oh, most things I think. Yeah,
Most things.
In any case, we do need to get going before the sun comes
right.
up. So let's
Travel
go, everyone.
well. May your steps be light and your tracks unseen.
So as they're like the door opens, everybody's going out. Neither pulls up his gear and pulls his pack onto his back, and he looks at you, Seda, and he goes, "There should be something interesting in Amet's pack. The next time you leave."
Oh.
Thought I'd
Awesome.
help the alchemist make something interesting.
Thank you.
Yes, well, I find in most situations fire is great, and in the ones where it's not, it doesn't usually hurt.
Fair.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
And he pulls the door closed behind him.
They shouldn't be going alone.
Well, don't forget they are meeting up with people from.
Oh yeah, there's meet up with the second party. Okay.
To be fair, you don't know anybody over there, so maybe that's good, maybe it's not.
I hope their people are worth their weight in effort.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to bed. Just kind of looks at Sterling, walks away.
Probably a good idea.
Nice. All right, so I think the two of you lay down for the evening and come to the next morning. But I don't think we're going to go through every single day. So if nobody wants something specific today, we'll skip to when the shields are delivered, because that'll be fun.
Yeah.
I will casting my familiar spell today.
Ooh, fun.
And Mortis, without really saying a word, goes to our little training area, makes a fire, burns incense, and stands there completely still with his arms crossed for 10 minutes. And then at the very end, he just suddenly just raises his arm, and a raven comes down and perches on it.
Is this in the morning? You said.
Yeah.
All right. So Seta's like having coffee. I imagine they're a coffee drinker, and is like legitimately just watches. Doesn't say a damn thing. Doesn't approach. Just stands there sipping coffee. You'd be like, what the fuck is this? What is he doing?
The best thing here is that as he's doing this, and as you're standing there watching, I'm just like looking out the window. You can see just past him, sitting in the the tall grass and the bushes, is Merrick, who just constantly is just hiding in plain sight, just watching him.
Okay.
Just like, all right, this is what you're doing. I'm not going to stop you.
Seta makes eye contact, then looks back.
There's definitely this like sort of you it's the feeling of a shrug without the actual motion. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
So you've got this raven on your hand, sort of just perched there. Tilts its head and looks at you, Immortus.
So,
Gross.
did it
And
come
silent corona too.
Hold on.
Okay.
I was gonna say, did it come from somewhere? Like, did it fly down and land, or literally just like magic onto his arm? Like,
I'd say with your perception, you'd notice that it literally just materialized about 30 feet above him,
okay.
and then just swooped down onto his arm. Definitely more of
Sorry about that.
a show.
That's okay. So,
What
did you just
Immortus
make
thinks.
a bird? Like from halfway across the way?
No, this bird found me. Raven, is it a crow or a raven? I don't have it right on hand. The familiar.
I mean, either or, really, at this point.
I mean, yeah. As far as I'm concerned, it's the same thing.
They are statistically, anyways. So
Yeah.
your choice, you know.
Ravens are cooler. No,
Ravens,
crows are
they're
also
the ones
cool.
that can mimic voices, right?
As far as birds
That's
go,
their,
yes.
That's their
Yeah.
ability.
Yeah.
I researched this like 2 weeks ago.
Fair. No, the stat
So it
block
can-
is able
so
to
it-
mimic voices, yeah.
Yes, so it can talk when it wants to talk.
Basically, but only like sounds that it's heard.
It can mimic.
Yeah, so it can mimic sounds that it has heard. If it's never heard a sound before, it can't like generate it on the fly.
I'm sorry, what was the question? The in-character question.
Oh, did you just magic a bird into existence?
I didn't magic anything into existence. It is from my queen. Say hello.
So yes, and hello?
Hello.
Seta will walk up to look at the bird.
You hear a low, like amused growling chuckle, and Mirik stands up from inside the bushes and goes, "Do you think it'll eat some carrots?"
Mortis looks at Seta for.
If it needs to eat, then I imagine they're scavenger creatures. They'll eat pretty much anything that they come across. If it needs to eat, I don't know. If it needs to, do you need to eat? They look at the bird and kind of like pitch their eyebrows together, kind of like almost like they're confused. Like, is it real? Is it not real? Is it magic but real? Like, it looks like a real bird.
You hear a crunch as Mirik bites down on a carrot and holds it in her mouth and reaches into her pocket and pulls out another one and steps towards the bird. Just holds out the carrot, which just sort of looks at her.
Given the nature of my patron is probably either a fiend or the neutral one. What's the neutral one?
Oh,
It's either
It's a
either
neutral
good
outsider,
evil.
right?
It's either good evil or evil or neutral.
It would just be a neutral outsider, I think.
yeah.
She goes, "Huh, I'm not a fan of carrots, I see."
It might just not need to eat.
True. I do usually eat before I go to work. And she takes the other carrot out of her mouth and then bites on both of them.
It's better not to have to work on an empty stomach. So, your lady gave you a bird.
Well, yeah. In a manner of speaking,
Are birds good presents? There's the smallest, tiniest smirk on like one side of Seta's lips, trying so desperately hard not to smile at that.
My queen's present was the ritual to summon this.
You gonna name him? Her? Them? It?
I don't know. You might already have a name. Do you have a name?
It sort of communicates the idea of no.
Does it want one?
Because it can
How
communicate
about-
telepathically to you. In at least a basic sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about Alfred?
Alfred. Is that a name you got from one of your books, or?
No, not necessarily.
It sort of tilts
It's
its
just a
head
good-
back and just goes, ah!
Yeah, Alfred. See? He likes it.
That or it was laughing at you. Although crows can laugh, so. Right. Bird. Magic not eating bird. Is it so it's just your friend now? Like it just hangs out with you? Like
We shall see.
oh. Okay. Can we can trust it, right? Like kind of narrow my
Absolutely.
eyes and eyeball the bird.
Look at Alfred. You can trust his face.
Tilts its head and looks at you, Seda.
Santa tilts the head back. Yes, you can trust a raven to pick out your innards after you die. Yep.
I'd rather be eaten than become one of the diseased.
This is true.
So Alfred just goes, trust? Yep.
Oh, good. It picked up that habit that they have as well. Interesting. What is your connection with it like?
Well, I mean, I guess we're both servants of my queen, so I guess we're comrades, right, Alfred?
Yep.
Okay, that's good.
I guess
And
my
Alfred
queen
works
thought
for
I was getting lonely.
works for you. Oh, you're lonely. So birds are good presents.
Better than a turtle.
With hooks. Have you eaten?
Oh no, let's go. I'm starving.
I think that's perfect timing because Tristan was literally about to walk out and be like, have you guys eaten yet? That was like the next thing that was to happen. So I think you guys opened the door as he's reaching for it, and he was like, oh, I was just coming out to ask if you wanted some breakfast.
We do. Thank you.
And you
Want to
see,
eat as many fully actually prepared meals as possible before we hit the road.
you see Seek on the other side of the table look up from their plate of like just like standard like bacon and eggs type food. And Seek looks up at you and goes, much better than what I made.
At least you're strong enough to admit it.
Maybe I'll get here someday, but not right now. And I'm afraid of how many plates or dishes you'll burn before you get there. No,
Maybe it's just finding
fine.
the right thing to make. Have you tried baking? Baking's a little bit more stringent, like as in precise measurements.
Is that the thing where you put the bread in the box with the fire and then just wait?
Yes.
That's toast.
I mean, that's toast, but that's toast. This is the way.
It's the step before that.
It's the mixing of all the stuff together. I just found that baking is more like because they don't really have the term science.
Calculated?
Well, they might. Yeah, baking's more measured. Like there's specific paths to follow in baking, as opposed to like when you're cooking something, you add a pinch of this or a dash of that, or to taste, or there's more freedom, a little bit more creativity for improvisation. Whereas with baking, if you don't put the exact right cup of flour to your 1.5 cup of water, the bread doesn't come out right and it doesn't raise and it just got this floppy thing that sits in the oven and it's sad. I'm not very good at baking, by the way. Or wasn't. I can bake now, kind of. But anyways, it's very precise, and if you follow the instructions as listed on this as listed, the instructions, you don't mess up. But when you mess up the instructions, then you mess up. But it's less free reign than just cooking. Everything's timed and
We're
measured.
suggesting he do this because
It's a form of creating food that has more boundaries. And to learn, having boundaries helps, right?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Immortus exchanged a dubious glance with Alfred.
Tristan sets I'm sure you guys have seen like the breakfast ham like down in the center of the table, and then sets out some plates with some eggs and bacon on each of them.
Thank you.
Indeed, hearty breakfast for everyone. Unless you'd prefer vegetables like Mirik, I certainly have quite the collection of those. Although she probably has more.
I'm actually good with the hearty breakfast. I feel like I'm going to be getting a lot of vegetables in the coming future. So, yeah.
Well, I did hear that you're going to be on a long journey, so I did make some dried meats for you, but I don't know when you guys are leaving.
Saint.
Oh.
You are a saint. Thank you.
It's,
yeah, we're going on a long trip.
It keeps quite well, so I thought
Dried
it would be
meat.
something to help.
That's got my cockles cockling.
Whenever if it's taking up too much space or you don't have anywhere to store it, we can throw it in one of the rooms if need be.
Well, for the moment, it's fine. We'll see.
Okay.
Don't know how much I'm going to actually be able to make before they tell me to stop taking the meat from home.
Let's see. What did we bring? We brought back a decent amount of stuff last time we went out, but
yeah. That was probably put in the village stores, though, if you're talking about food-wise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is where most of the stuff from his home, which is one of the 2 farms, goes to. Yeah. But he's also taking a bunch, too.
Well, if I can, on our way back in, if we're not literally racing the clock, I'll try and grab a couple bucks or some doughs. Actually, no, you'd have to... Yeah. We'll see. I'll try and gather some stuff on the way in when we're coming back as well to help stock up.
I should go get the other 2 before the food gets cold. He heads into your section of the den, and he goes to first Sterling. You hear this knocking on your door. Assuming you're in there, it's like 2 hours after you guys would have been out.
Yeah, sure.
He's copying like a feverish copy machine.
There is ink out and a bit more of parchment and things out, and
his writing hand is stained with ink at this point.
I mean, if you respond, just acknowledge that he's at the door. He goes, "There's food on the table for you if you'd like it."
I'll be out shortly.
All right, and then he heads over to Amet's door and knocks. Is there a response? Amet, are you home?
She did say BRB, but still.
Yeah, it should be BRB.
Oh, all right. We'll come back to this in a bit then.
Yeah.
As for the rest of you eating breakfast, Any particular plans for this day? So this was going to be the day we skipped, and then we had you do the familiar instead. So, just for the sake of expediency, we can have the shields delivered now, unless you're going to go get them.
I mean, whatever works. Like, they can be delivered, or she can go, or they can go get them. It's not that big of a deal. I imagine deliveries happen on a fairly regular basis.
I mean, it's a relatively small town, and they'd probably just be hand delivered to the door.
Yeah.
A good knock,
and that works.
And then, answer or no answer. So, was that a Mortis that was going to say something? Or somebody?
Oh, you might have picked up something random on my mic, but I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you guys are probably sitting there eating, and there's a knock at the door.
Huh.
Anybody gonna go get it?
Oh, I'll go get it. I probably got done eating.
You open the door to a fairly burly looking, but still probably maybe child, holding all 5 of these shields like tilted back.
Oh goodness! I'll take like the 3 off the top, so there's like less there.
Oh, hey, it's another Goliath.
No, as you like scoop up the 3 shields, you realize that there's like a beard on the face, and this is like a gnome.
Oh,
a fairly burly looking gnome.
I couldn't see you under that. I couldn't see you behind all that.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to get here. I don't know why they give me this job. It's just like I take one big thing, I can do that, but this can't see over there. Where am I putting these?
Right here on this blank spot on the table.
All right.
Thank you.
I hope these shields save some lives.
They should. Thank you very much for your hard work.
All right, good day to all of you.
Good day.
He like eyeballs a strip of bacon.
I don't think anyone would cry over it.
Yeah, he grabs
just
it.
Shrugs.
He grabs it. Thank you.
Cry over it.
Walks out
Cry
the door.
over it.
And he walks out the door.
Seda just kind of turns around and then picks up a shield, sets it next to Sterling, takes another shield, sets it next to a Mortis, sets one next to a Met, and then is Reese with us or around? Reesh?
I believe Reesh. Yeah, he's just being quiet. He's just sitting there,
and
munching
what's
down.
this?
One gets set next to him.
It's a pretty big dinner plate.
These are made from the armor of the Siegebringer. I think.
Is that why?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
They are +1 shields made from Siegebringer's armor plates.
These are enchanted.
Is that why they're so heavy?
Because the metal was enchanted. Well, I mean, it's a little bit. They're a little bit less heavy now because they've been pounded out into shields. So, but they're still heavy. They're just less concentrated. They will protect you, and I know you might not say the turns to Immortus. I know you might not know how to use it in battle, but there are other things that you may need to be protected from. Having something
kind of cramp my style a little bit.
Yes, but if it's ever raining fire or acid or anything like that, you just hold it over your head like an umbrella and walk.
Yeah.
Or run.
Reese goes, yeah, if it wasn't magic, it wouldn't hold up to the acid, but since it's magic, it'll probably be fine. It's a good idea.
Yep. And I knew you wouldn't be able to use it fighting. I just knew that having one would better than not. Just in case.
I mean, you can always use it to slide down a hill.
That's true.
That sounds awesome.
That actually, if we find a good hill on our trip, we might do that just for fun. But I wanted everybody to have one, so I had them commissioned.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Oh, did my armor also come?
Not currently.
Okay.
The
I
armor
figured that
would take a little bit longer.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. Have some cool looking shields. There's like basically it's like super dark metal, right?
Yeah, it's like a really dark metal.
Yeah.
Well, in order to pick it up and look at, that's pretty cool.
Strap a
What do you
skull
think,
to
Alfred?
that. It'll be your aesthetic, no problem.
Yeah, I have to make it cool.
Skulls on it. Get some white
Wait.
paint.
What do you think, Alfred? Skull, some bones, maybe a few feathers. Umbrella.
Feathers? No.
Maybe not your feathers. All right, so there you go. Shields. Just keep them with you. Carry them on your back, whatever. Just, just in case.
Do we got sketch back?
I think we have
Yeah.
sketch back.
Welcome back. So I was just asking everybody if there was anything you wanted to do on this second day.
I think I would have been just reading that book like the whole time.
Oh, fair. I mean, it's going to take a lot of reading it to get to what you need, so definitely a good plan. I think... What's up?
I'd like to have Sterling walk a copy of the cult information up to the castle.
Oh yeah, we can definitely do that. I was just going to ask him if Immortus wanted to go get the parchment and stuff, which you can absolutely do.
I could do that too. I was also I wasn't asking for enchanted items, but I was going to. I asked if I could make the staff of manipulation a spell focus as well.
Well, I believe you can. Yeah.
This is a core staff. I assume that's be basically making it spooky.
Basically, is how I would interpret it.
Yeah.
I've lost my place. But you can. The runner quartermaster would not have that stuff because Alexi and Noella, who are both jointly the runner quartermaster, don't really typically deal in like the scrolls and stuff. They deal with potions and minor enchantments and blacksmithing stuff. So you would have to go to the general quartermaster, which I believe Immortus is probably where you got just like all of your papers when you were doing that before you were even a runner, right?
Yeah.
So you could just walk in to like see Erdan and just be like, "Hey, what's up, old friend?"
Hey, Erdan. How's it going?
So you come in and you see Erdan, who you've known for quite some time. He's just, even for an elf, like really tall and lanky. So he sort of just looks down at you and goes, long time no see. I thought you was getting...
Yeah, I've been a little busy.
What's up?
Unless specifically asked to join, Seda probably doesn't go anywhere.
Fair. So, I was beginning to think that you were too good for the rest of us, being a runner now and all.
Well, I mean, they keep us pretty busy.
Oh yeah.
Lock us in our little den of adventure too.
Do they now? Well, I didn't know that one. Well,
it's pretty interesting. We should catch up sometime. I'm looking to score some paper. We're copying some like books and important passages for us to take and do daring do with. So, what you got around?
If you're not looking for the spell parchment, because I know we've got some casters in town that particular vein, then I'm not sure that's you. Just standard parchment, yes?
Yeah, well, I might need some of that stuff just in case I find some rituals or something while we're out there. But yeah, mostly what we need right now is regular paper.
How many in your group?
I mean, the group? Oh, there's 4 of us.
Well, 5 with the spare.
Right.
Sadly, at this point, I can only give 10 pages per week. Per person.
Per week.
All right, 10 pages per week per person. So we got this week. We're going to be gone for a week. So we'll just go ahead and
If we're lucky, we're going to be gone for a week.
I'll just get
Seda
those,
hasn't said that yet.
Get those up front. How many pages of this book? This is out of character. How many pages of this
I mean, so like feasibly, if we're gonna make like a nature guide, it doesn't need to be super like in depth. You like,
Alright.
but if I guess it just depends on how much data and knowledge we want to put into it. Like it could be anywhere from 50 pages to 100 pages. But I feel like if we're doing notes, they'll be compressed as much as we can.
Mhm.
So just we
Oh, yeah.
just need to get a scroll case full of paper, please. Thank you.
So you said four on your team. I assume since it's for your team, 10 for each of you. That's 40 pages, right?
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, and then I'm not going to be able to come back next week though. So if you wanted to, I mean, I'm good for it.
It is a ration thing, but go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Sure.
No, you didn't bring money bags with you. You left her back at the.
I mean, you know you're.
Oh no! I forgot the quick save before I talk to him.
Oh no!
Well, you do know that Shada holds on to your guys' money, so.
I think 40 would be good. I was just reaching.
Yeah, and you said you wanted a case to keep him in. That's no problem.
Yeah.
But I mean, at least for you, you can't get another case for a few months, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would need. Do you got like some? Do I get my magic ritual ink from this guy too, or would that be the enchanter?
That would be this guy, because think of this guy as like a general supply quartermaster for even
All right.
the people who like practice, magic in town to like repair stuff or reinforce things magically speaking. But he's not the like enchanter. He just has the supply, right? He's a merchant.
Okay.
Some ink.
Yeah, some magic ink.
Magic ink.
Doing some pretty cool stuff in my book.
You'll probably need to
That's a pretty rare case.
have rations for that one.
There's only a handful of people in town who even use that. Most of them, as the mental version of Zeta just told you, most people have to spend their rations to get them. There's typically not any exceptions made. Give me a moment. And he quite literally ducks through the door to go into the back room, and you can hear him flipping through pages.
Yep. Look to Alfred and give him like a nod, like, yeah, he's good for it. We go way back.
You hear as a very large book closes, and he goes, looks like the exception for runners applies to 1 vial of ink every 6 months.
Well, I'll be sure if when I'm out there and I discover the cure to the spell to cast to destroy the plague, it'll be unfortunate if I only have 1 vial. But well, here's hoping that that will be enough.
I mean, you can always spend your ration tickets to get another. It'd be 20 ration tickets for another vial, but what are you gonna do? I don't make the rules. I just follow them.
Oh, I know. I know how it is.
So here's your single allotment, and if you'd like to be back for more, I'm sure you've got plenty of ration tickets.
Hey, speaking of rations, do you want to get that drink tonight?
Yeah, we can do that. I'll meet you at the tavern. You want to say 8 o'clock?
Oh yeah, sounds good.
I'll see you there. Oh, here you go. And he places the vial of ink, the magic ink, as well as the 40 reams of paper inside a container. There for you to get. And just take on home.
All right. Hey, see you later, boss.
Catch you later. And possibly cash later if you really want that.
Make sure you get erasers.
Sterling.
You can't erase the ink. Prestidigitation. All your notes gone. No.
Oh boy, that's a terrible prank. Erasing a
It's
wizard
horrible.
spellbook.
I don't know if you could erase a wizard spellbook because it's magic, but
Magic
if
ink.
it was like if they were writing like just notes in a journal, technically the ink is just a mess on the page. You could clean the page.
All right, Sterling. You come to the gate and you give it a big old knock.
Yep.
I think it's probably midday at this point. Maybe a little earlier than that. Yeah, Lycus comes to the gate. He opens it and he goes, "Ah, Sterling.
Good day, Lycus.
It's good to see you. Are you coming inside, or did you need something?"
I just wanted to hand something off. The ritual I recognize from when we got through the camp the other week was from one of our books. I actually found the passages and copied the information down. I thought it might be useful.
And this is the one that the Creighton's soldiers were using.
Yes.
That would be quite useful. Thank you. He reaches out and takes it.
Yep.
He sort of skims through it. Oh. Well. Something doesn't surprise me about the cult of fanaticism growing into a greater cult of fanaticism.
No, the rate at which those calm down isn't very quick.
Not at all. It's a fire we'll have to be trying to put out for quite some time, I think. Thank you.
Sterling nods to him.
Since you're here, I might as well inform you, and be sure to inform the rest of your team. Your mission has been delayed another 2 days.
They're 2 days?
Yes, another 2 days.
And now we learn. Oh, sorry.
They want to make some of the new concoction to help you out while you leave the valley. The plague.
Well, we certainly won't complain.
But it takes time. If only Lathia would teach other people how to make it, they'd go quite a bit faster. But even in her old age, she insists on keeping some things to herself.
Sterling nods. I'll let the rest of us know.
Thank you. Good day.
Good day.
All right, and the gate shuts.
And now we know I'm clairvoyant. I said 10 days earlier.
You did. Yeah, yep.
Indeed. I imagine you head home.
And let them know.
Yeah. You let them know over lunch. All right, guys, got some news.
Well, that's good, I suppose. More time to prepare.
I mean, if you lot had the cure to begin with, there wouldn't have been a rush to get him back here, would there have been?
No, there would not have been.
Whatever. The cure.
Are you saying what they're working on would cure the disease?
Maybe not permanently.
Yeah, you don't have enough information, but it sounds like it at the very least stops it temporarily.
Yeah.
It's
Hopefully we don't
probably
need to
like
find out.
I imagine it might work similar to like snakes. When you get bit by a snake, if you take care of the venom before it spreads, kind of a thing. That's my guess.
I'm not going to be sucking on anyone's plague wounds, that's for sure.
Well, no, that's disgusting. Your mind goes strange. Okay, well, I'm all right. Fine. Whatever. Bad example. we are going to be gone a long time. Seda just says, like, after that was dropped, Seda's just like, and that's that. And then eats.
You wanna go get drunk later? I got a date with the what's the quartermaster's name? I'm writing it down.
Erdan, E-R-D-A-N.
E-R-D-A-N. Me and Erdan's grabbing some drinks. I'm gonna butter him up.
But why
See
do
if I
you need
get-
to butter him?
Well, you know, I don't know. It just makes me feel like I'm in control if I'm saying that.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, all of you would know Erdan. You've all met
Yeah.
him, for sure.
We know her. All right. I mean, Erdan's a stalwart individual. Real quick, scrap is different from rations, right?
Yes.
Are ration tickets equal to our rations?
Yes. Or no, you mean rations as in the rations you're carrying around with you?
Yeah. I'm trying to sort out because, like, I don't.
No.
I only have scrap and how many rations.
As
we
far
have.
as
I
I'm
don't know.
aware, no, we've never written down how many ration tickets you have.
Correct. That's what I was getting at. So I was like, I have no idea how many.
I had it in a note here. Let me see how accurate this still is. Yeah, you guys have been doing this for quite some time. You guys would have probably, let's just say 200 ration tickets each.
Okay.
Um,
I'm just gonna put that down. 200 each.
That's a lot of food.
yeah,
Well, we do. We've done a lot of very dangerous things.
Yeah, you guys do get the extra rations for being runners. So there's that.
I mean, all right.
Yeah, we're just gonna call it 200 because I know you guys have spent some tickets before, but we never really talked about how many you had, so it's sort of washed away at this point.
Yeah.
But we're gonna write it down now that you have 200, and go with that.
I'll write the date. Oh.
So, you guys head to a bar you've all been in before, or am I jumping too soon?
Oh, well, actually, let's see. We'll talk a little bit. So you're going to a bar
Oh, fair.
to get drunk?
Yeah, we're going to the tavern.
Oh, I mean,
we're going out for drinks, but evidently,
that is the. So, I mean, I guess I literally have nothing else to do.
now's the time because a few days later we'll be gearing up to go out for daring do, so we don't want to be going out hungover.
I suppose. Seda's kind of gonna like glance at Sterling and then look at Amet.
I know Alfred's been talking about wanting to drink with you all day long.
Drink.
See?
Amet's just nodding in the background.
Like, yes, I'm gonna go arm wrestle and get some booze.
Hey, Alfred. Don't get the dark corner.
I mean, he's a bird. He could literally sit in the rafters. If I was a bird, I'd sit in the rafters.
I like to think he perches on like the bench, like he's a person.
Just like barely
His-
peeking over the table.
Yeah, his head is the only thing over his table, just looking at everybody.
All right, sure, yeah, why not? I mean,
There we go.
the armor isn't due to be done for a couple more days, and oh, did you GM Mixer Minton, did you want us to go talk to the enchanter? Because I know that I asked for those goggles. Or do you want me to put that order in as well? I'm fine either way.
I mean, I think we can assume that you guys put the orders in already.
Okay. Cool. That's what that's fine.
It's it's a character you guys have already met, and B, it's not going to have any like real development with that.
Yeah.
And that alone, so not really. No, doesn't need to be done.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So
All
I
right,
mean,
awesome.
if anybody else wanted
Yeah,
magic items, I don't remember hearing about it, but that's fine.
Yeah, so legitimately just like I have literally nothing else to do. My armor's messed up. My orders aren't going to be filled out for a couple more days. Yeah, sure, let's go. Be people.
All right. So, a few hours later, you guys find yourselves standing at the entrance to Harlow's Rest, which is the one of the 2 taverns in town. It's kind of the one you guys frequent because the other one's a bit of a what's the word? Shithole. And should probably be renovated before somebody falls to the floor. But that's a different conversation, maybe on a different session. And I assume you guys are waiting for Erdon, who kind of walks up with his arms crossed. He looks all of you, and he goes, "Huh. Oh, I can't say I've seen most of you any recently at all. Well, except Rish. He only just got back to running, after all."
Yeah,
Good
no,
to
they've
see
been
you.
keeping us super busy.
But
Seda
not
is
dead. So
Yeah,
that's nice.
well. We keep that part.
Ah, fair. Fair. Take credit for the work that you do, as they say.
Mm-hmm. Seda is not wearing their hat. They're not wearing their long coat. Their hair is legitimately just down. And they're just wearing like a tunic with a belt and some pants and boots, and they're not even wearing their gloves.
He's got
Well.
That's all weird.
he's got these like smaller like spectacles that you typically don't see him wearing. And other than that, it looks like he's wearing like one of those Victorian era like suits with like the gray vest over top of it. You know what I'm talking about?
Heck yeah, exactly.
Well,
Seda does have their mask and a dagger on a belt, though. And probably has
fair.
a boot dagger. But, other than that.
That's fair. Yeah. So you guys head inside, and you see Seek sitting on the stage, playing the drums as well as somehow you're not entirely sure a flute at the same time. It's kind of impressive, but very strange.
I mean, you could do the drum parts with your feet, and at the same time, though. That's 2 very different instruments.
Indeed.
Hey, he's doing the best he can.
Good to see all of you. Welcome to the bar. Erdon, I'm not sure I've ever seen you in here. Well, no, I used to go to the other one before it went downhill. Change of management and all that.
What's the history there?
I don't know. Are you gonna ask?
Seda is kind of standing there, and when they wave, legit just arm bends at the elbow and kind of mechanically waves. What do you mean went downhill?
Oh.
Is the food bad there?
So as you Erdon speaking at the moment, as you might recall, most people aren't eligible for the lottery unless they have an heir or someone to take over. And the last person pulled for the lottery ran that old tavern, and his son kind of ran it into the ground. It's a real shame on quite many levels.
Oh. Huh. I don't get out much.
That's
I think
fair.
my stand-up probably would land better over there than over here then.
Alexander goes, it might. Not that I typically encourage my patrons to go elsewhere, mind you. So what'll y'all be having this evening?
Well, whatever Erdon wants is on us, because as the quartermaster, he is the unseen member of our party.
That is true, actually. Make sure that we have a lot of stuff.
I think Erdon actually looks down at all of you except Sterling, because Sterling's what? Decently tall? Anyway.
For a million feet? Yeah,
do you
Sata's 5'10".
Sterling is 7'5".
Yeah, so
Yeah.
he looks up at you, but Erdon's about 6.5 feet tall, 6'6" ish, and he looks down at you, Immortus, and he goes, "Well, I mean, if we're being honest, isn't that Alexei? Making your weapons and keeping you alive."
Well,
Well, we
if we're being
can't.
extra honest, I think the whole entire city would fall apart without all
Yeah.
with all the pieces.
I mean,
We're all
we're
gears
we're-
and a watch.
we're flush with rations, but we can't like make everyone drink with us at the same time. This is your night.
Yes, it would feel quite a bit less special if we were all here at once.
It would be loud.
I'll take whatever you got that's sweet. And preferably heavily, what's the word?
Alcoholic.
Alcoholic, that's the
Alcohol-laden?
word I'm looking for. Alcoholic. Sounds like something interesting
yeah.
for the night. As for the rest of you? Wow, yeah, what'll... And anything interesting, or just the same old, same old? As he motions towards Amet and Rish.
Something very interesting. I heard that we're building a navy. Yeah, the vampires wanted lots of blood vessels.
Hmm.
It's an audible eye roll.
Hey, Bonnie liked that. My girlfriend liked that.
No, it's good. It's funny. Wow. Something stout and chocolatey, maybe?
Chocolate.
Yeah.
I'm sure I can come up with something. Rish goes, the usual is fine. But each of you get your drinks passed out to you. I'm assuming that some of you are just having the same thing you had last time, except the what is it, the dark corner? You're not having that again. You just like a beer or something, I imagine.
Was it black licorice or something?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was
maybe we
black
should order
licorice.
a dark. Should we order a dark corner for Airden as like a
As a test?
what's a test?
This
Yeah.
test? Are you monster or human? Can you drink this?
Initiation. No, I think you guys, you guys definitely sit down and start drinking. The question is how heavily do y'all drink?
I don't know. I feel like, let's see. Well, does Amet hang out with us, or does she go to arm wrestle anybody? Was that the other bar?
That was this bar, yeah.
Okay.
Y'all have never been to the other bar.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm still hanging out.
I'll drink enough to arm wrestle Amet.
Oh, okay.
That's gonna go.
And Mortis
great.
has done all the stuff that he has to do, so he's pretty much on vacation until we go out.
All right, so since the two of you are gonna arm wrestle, why don't each of you give me your choice of athletics or strength?
'Tis the same.
Makes sense.
That makes it easy.
That's
Hey.
bullshit.
Fine.
Because I only have one strength. I shouldn't really roll high.
Nah, that's not how the dice.
This isn't like a. It's not like a random muscle thing.
That's okay. She hasn't rolled yet.
Oh, there we go. Now I feel better.
Put up a
100%.
fight is what
What
happened.
happened?
100%
Whoa.
win rate for a Met over here. 100% win rate. Beautiful. Just like Immortus starts to put in more effort and getting there more than you'd expect, right? He's like, and then you're just like, nah, and slam his
just being
hand into
nice.
the table.
You're just being nice.
You're certainly
Give her a hand, everybody.
It's like,
Give her a hand, everybody.
well, you seemed stronger than expected, but by the end of it, no.
All right. Yes. And that's exactly the sentence that comes out of Sata's mouth is all right. Yes. I mean, good for another go. I'm gonna try.
Easy on my arm, Amet. I need that later.
Snapping arms
Alright.
off over here. All right, yeah. Athletics again from both Amet and Seda. Well, your choice of athletics or strength.
They're the same, so.
Oh.
Oh.
It's a struggle. It's a struggle.
You stepped on my foot.
Ah!
I didn't step on your foot. You put it underneath my foot. We should try again. I feel like that's not like... That was like a wiggle. Like the arms just wiggle for a while, and then eventually...
Yeah, if you want to have a round 2, go for it.
Alright. You can do better than that. There. See,
Oh
now
my
you can-
god.
Yeah, the two of you are just locked in this this position, and it's like a full minute goes by. Go ahead and roll again. You're just like, "Grrr, come on! Oh, no!
My god, what?
Oh no!
Oh, no.
It failed.
Yeah, Seda, your arm just gets slammed into the table, and you think you just like sprained your wrist. I mean, it'll be fine soon,
Yeah.
but ow.
That's hilarious.
I'm just like cheering.
You're like, I did it! I put more. I mean, that was fun. My wrist might be sore. I'm probably too drunk to feel the pain.
Well, Erdan goes, that did look fun. Let me give it a shot.
You want another shot?
I'll take another
Immortus will
shot,
be-
but also I would like to arm wrestle a Matt.
Immortus will be the hype man for this and get everyone in the bar watching.
Seda orders another round of drinks because that was what was asked, not arm wrestling.
Fair. Yeah, so if you are ready, Amet, let's do this.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, definitely not as much of an energetic slam onto the table, but you definitely get his arm to the point where it just gives out and just onto the table. Huh. Well, that's interesting.
Now, wait, am I the only one that's ever beat her?
Reach goes, yeah, but how long did that last?
It's okay. It still counts.
Oh,
Seda
you
sticks
should
up a
be
hand,
winning.
points up. Still counts.
What'd you say, Matt?
I just said that Rish has beaten me. I'm pretty sure.
And he goes, shh, I'm trying to make them happy, okay?
That's awesome.
How drunk does Sterling get?
How drunk can he get?
Yeah, how drunk can he get? What's his
I'll
con?
start filling the suit.
Sterling? Hello?
He's passed out.
Oh, there you go.
Wait, what?
Nothing.
Well, asked how drunk Sterling gets and if he can get drunk.
I mean, he probably can, but he's only going like 2 beers.
Oh, that's less fun.
I mean, he has an 18 con. He could probably dip into things if he really wanted to.
He's our designated carrier.
Well, Erdan goes, I think I'm pretty out of it. Has anybody seen my spectacles?
Aren't they on your face?
Huh. They're totally on my face. Weird. I'm gonna go home.
Do you need us to walk you home?
I think it's fine unless you move the streets. Does he move the streets?
I don't think that's in my power.
Alright, good. Well, since they got guard patrols, if I pass out, I'm sure they'll handle it. Thanks for the drinks.
Have a good night.
No problem, man.
Later. Oh. He stops, like, right on the edge of the counter, and he, like, reaches in his pocket and pulls out, like, way too many ration tickets and sets them on the counter. Goodbye. And
Oh,
then
no,
walks
no, no,
out.
no. I thought we were paying for him.
Me too.
He's drunk.
Okay. Bartender,
Slide
those
a hand.
belong to him.
Oh, yeah. Let's call that a prepaid tab for him next time.
I'm more worried if he has any left. As I look at the pile of tickets.
It's quite a few, but it's probably not all that he had.
Well, we could check on him tomorrow.
I mean, he's drunk enough. You could literally just walk in and say, "Hey, you left these," and I don't think he'd argue.
See, so let's.
Rish stands up and he picks up Seek by the shirt and goes, "This one's been passed out for the last 20 minutes. I'm gonna take him home."
Good idea. Good idea.
All right.
Sleep and drink the water.
He scoops up in the other arm the instruments that Seek had brought. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Wow.
I was.
Are you rolling until you fail?
No, you just for the night. Did really, really good in the middle of the night. The most booze consumption.
I definitely think Seek, Rish, and Erdan drank until they could barely walk, no matter their saves. But for those of you who are less sure,
Well, I knew that I'm not proficient in con saves. I'm like, oh, okay, well, this could go sideways. And I'm like, yeah, we're good. Do 3 or so.
Yeah, Mortis, you're looking mostly good, but you're definitely on the
Started off
verge.
strong, got a little too heavy into it in the middle of the night.
I know exactly what happened. The first save was like, I ain't feeling shit. I need to drink more.
Yep.
Then he's like, oh, I've drunk too much. I need to pull it back a little bit.
And then you balanced out. Yep.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, do you want to save for 2 beers?
I don't think you need to.
That's drunk, but not passing out. She's at the threshold, the precipice.
Amet is in like the perfect place. Booze wise.
I'm just like dancing in the middle. Nobody else did.
She's just having a good time.
The drunk zen that you gotta be for like the drunken master kind of thing.
Yeah. That's where Amet lives right now.
Well, I think all of you stumble home, except for Sterling, who walks pretty normally. But I think as the night fades and the sun rises...
Seda probably mentions like, oh, and that person right there, they walk a little heavier on the right foot than they do on their left foot. Their boot sole needs to be replaced. Like, just like all the way home, it's just like...
Every person out.
Looking at tracks or people.
You walk by a guard and you're like, oh, that person's wearing inherited armor. That doesn't fit right. In any case.
So drunken track.
I got this from me mom.
Drunken tracking, yeah, basically.
But I think that is the perfect place to take a break.
Yay!
As the night falls, I'm going to go ahead and start up the music towards the end of the roughly 10-ish minute break.
10 minutes!
I will run an ad to disable pre-rolls for anyone coming in, because we hate missing story because of pre-rolls, don't we?
Yeah.
So we'll see y'all in about 10 minutes. Enjoy the music.
Okay.
See you in a bit.
See you in 10.
you gonna say when I give back all the hate you made? I wanna take you down, I wanna take you out, I wanna be the one to break your dignity. And all your empty pride will rot the hole inside, but you make a beautiful suicide.
We all ready to go?
I am.
I am ready.
Yeah.
Just waiting on Val then.
Yep. Seems so. Seems that way.
All right. Do we want to hop back into it and he can join when he's ready?
Sure.
Heck yeah. Let's do that. Hello, hello. We are back. We have returned. Well, most of us.
The return.
So, I don't think anything eventful happens over the next day or two. Except, maybe a little bit of a hangover for some of you.
I know what you're talking about. Everything's perfectly fine.
Did one of you want to go return his ration tickets to Erdan?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so excuse me, you step into the shop and the door the rings typical shop, and he sort of winces and he looks up from behind these darkened spectacles and he's like, Mortis,
Hey, you ready to go drinking again, buddy?
not tonight.
I'm sure not. Well, when you are ready, here are some rations for you because you were too drunk to remember that your drinks were paid for.
Really? And you're not just trying to bribe me for something?
Well, if you would like, I could just ask how much special ink these pile of ration tickets could get me if you wanted me to bribe you. But I'm not. So here are your tickets.
The ink is...
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
No problem. The ink is 20 ration tickets. You don't gotta bribe nothing for nobody. And if these are mine, I'll take them. And if they aren't, then don't pretend they are. And he points at you don't pretend they are.
Well, we've got hundreds of ration tickets. I brought mine, and it's like, all right, here's my ration tickets for another vial of that special ink.
All right, I'll take mine back then, and you'll pay 20 for another vial of ink.
That's right.
Yeah.
Fair and square.
That's not too bad. He goes in the back to get one of these like vials of ink, and he comes back with a vial of ink that's just like half again as big as the last one you got. There you go.
Thank you.
See, not too complicated.
Well, as I'm leaving, I say over my shoulder, "Hey, don't drink all those tickets in one night. You're getting kind of a reputation around here."
Oh, let's hope not. Alrighty. So, what is it the rest of you are doing today? If anything. If you're not doing anything specific, we can get fast forwarding a bit. Y'all, words are hard.
They are. Words are hard. Let's see. I think Seda is not a prolific drinker. I feel like honestly the morning is just them literally laying like on the grassiest part of like the practice training area, just kind of like laying on the grass. Just laying on the grass.
Oh, this will
staring
be
at the
fun
sky.
then. This will be fun then. So you're laying on the grass, staring in the sky, and just like out of your
I'll be
peripheral.
right back one more time.
Okay, no problem. Out of your peripheral, you see Mirik come up. She looks down at you. Looks up at the sky. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. The sky is really pretty and grass feels nice.
I'd say this is probably like maybe an hour or two after you guys get up.
Yeah, that
Probably
tracks.
after breakfast, maybe. Rish asked me to find you.
Oh, what's up?
I'll let him tell you. He's in the what do we call it? Like the dining area, the center of the den.
Oh, okay. Stand up, roll shoulders, and follow.
Yeah. You come in there and you see the entirety of Runner Team 2, as well as Rish, who's kind of like scratching the back of his head, and he sees you come in and he like holds his arms out like, oh. Where's everybody else at this point? Like I said, this is maybe a little bit after breakfast.
Yeah, I could be around.
Yeah, you said you were going to be doing something, but I forgot what it was. Just in general, over the next few days.
Me?
Did you? You were going to...
I thought I was going on vacation. I've done all my stuff.
Fair. So I picture you like at the back of the room, just like with your legs out.
Yeah.
Just chilling.
Rish goes, so they were all just given their assignments, and he motions to the to Team 2, and he goes, it looks like I've been temporarily reassigned to their team to aid in the reconstruction of Gate Pass.
Ooh. Okay.
It's rough.
Wow. Do
thought you'd
do
rather
you all
hear that
feel?
from me.
Yeah, well, that's great. Do you all feel equipped to be able to handle that sort of construction? Are they sending an artisan crew with you to help you build the doors?
Yeah, they are. Part of the mission is obviously to protect them and also to help them in the reconstruction. I'm not sure if the reason they want Rish tagging along is because we need more for the building or more for the protecting. What do you think we have to look forward to over there?
It is the furthest post from where we are, one of the most vulnerable places to be. They're sending him because they need muscle and defense.
Makes sense.
The structures inside have been burnt, but the walls still stand. The gate is busted. You'll need to probably gather wood on your way in. So I recommend structuring who's a cart of some sort or a sled to pull things along, because you're going to want to gather supplies as you go when you get there, so you have more to work with to help raise your defenses while you're there building.
Yeah, take an axe, a big axe.
I'm sure they'll accept the request for the horse and cart.
Yeah, that would make sense. As far as like non-plague dangers, the animals there were pretty skittish last time, so they'll be feeling out new areas. You'll probably have some of the more wild animals trying to ascertain whether or not that land is huntable. So you might have some more aggression in predators, because the people that were there aren't anymore, so they're going to be feeling it out. Although the plague taint that was there might have kept them away long enough. You guys won't have to worry about that, but just be prepared.
It doesn't sound like nothing I can't handle. This would be Nira, who I don't know that you've directly encountered since the stream started. Female tiefling has two like jagged axes crossed on her back. She's like what's the word? Like cherry red skin. And usually she's very overconfident and upbeat and jovial.
Okay.
I think we'll be fine. I don't know that we need. Reese's was your name? What?
Reesh. And he is extremely useful. And you guys are going to want them. Have they told you anything of what why you're repairing it?
Well, currently, like Tristan tries to say, well, currently, and Ivo sort of puts his hand on his shoulder. They want us to seal up the pass again, but still have it as an exit.
Okay.
Probably in case someone leaves. He sort of like says, like, pretending he doesn't have any clue.
Yeah. It's probably a good idea to make sure it is secure just in case anything happens.
Because my understanding
we need to move.
Is that both the gates were destroyed.
Yep. Both. It's basically just a fenced-off passage right now.
I suppose that's why they want us to leave immediately.
Yep. Anything can come or go through it.
Probably should have been dealt with, weeks ago.
Well, for some reason it wasn't, but it was known about.
I almost feel like we need new management.
Or, we should be allowed to communicate with each other here, at least, freely and openly.
I can agree with that.
Because without the knowledge of what we are going into, we are unable to properly prepare and or keep each other safe and alive. Don't trust any other people you run into.
Probably from out of the valley or infected.
Yeah.
Oh, and I did say immediately, I meant tomorrow. That's the DM mistake.
Okay.
Which is pretty immediate, let's be real.
It's pretty fast. I mean, we've had a couple where they've just sent us like, get the fuck out. And we're like, okay.
I think that was the one time when you guys got attacked. Like, the city got attacked, right?
Yeah, the city got attacked. And I think there was one time we got woken up and told to go. There's been a couple.
Like, literally the same time. But anyways, refocusing on the task at hand. Rish goes, it's too bad I can't use that giant axe to cut down some trees.
It's a little bit big, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean...
yeah, I could go for that. Sorry.
That'd be, I can't use it like that anyway, so it doesn't matter. Just a random idea.
Okay, so Sterling, do you have that little piece of paper you've been writing all your notes on? No, he's not.
I have a few of them.
Will you give them one of the ones?
Sure.
Thank you.
Ivo takes it in his hand. Okay, so what is this?
The other
There-
vampires.
That is not common knowledge, Sterling. Just letting you know. I frankly don't care that you just accidentally said that. There are other people living in other places, like we know, but there's one in particular that doesn't like us and wants to stamp us out. This is some other customs and habits. Good news is if you do run into any of them and you happen to get any of them to live, some of them are not fanatics because they want to be, but they're surviving.
Gotcha. And this potentially lends to the conversation we had the other day about the arrow,
Yes.
which I already got all of them up to speed on. Well, as much as, you know.
Yeah. Exactly, as much as cloak and daggers are allowed.
I see what you mean about communication.
Yeah, it would be great, wouldn't it? I mean, frankly, kind of looking at Mortis. Who else is in this room?
Yeah.
From your team?
My team's here, and their team.
Yeah. So both runner team 3 and 2 are in here.
Okay. They have an army. They have been dealt a pretty heavy blow currently, so they're probably backpedaling. Build this fortification as if everything depends on it. And do not be lackadaisical in your guard or your watch. If you see anything strange, you communicate it with your team immediately. And if you cannot handle it, if it even looks like it might be remotely too difficult, run. Because the sooner someone gets to town, to us, to here, to warn them, the better. Don't do a last stand fight and die, because then everyone will die with you.
I see what you mean. So I think as you guys are having this conversation, a bell rings out through the town. A bit different than the last one you heard, but not one that you haven't heard before. This is the bell that is rung when they call the lottery.
Oh.
It's very loud,
Is it-
but very muted.
Is it time for the lottery? Is it like a seasonal thing?
Typically, the lottery occurs... hold on, my ear is ringing. Ow. Typically, the lottery is, at this point, held every 6 months. It is almost time, but about 3 weeks early. Which would definitely stand out to you.
It's a little strange.
It makes sense.
When the bell is rung, everyone is supposed to head to the town square.
Okay. Well, shit. You guys leave in the morning?
Yeah. So they all seem a bit like dejected about this idea of going to deal with the lottery right now, but it's not like anybody has a choice. If you don't show up, well, then you just don't show up, right? Like, the worst possible thing that has ever happened is somebody who was drawn did not show up, and they hunted them down, and, well, that didn't go well.
Yeah.
So, in any case, you all head to the center of town. Each of you...
Where's to go and put his armor on first, and his mask.
I was gearing up. Okay. You guys find yourselves at the back of the crowd at the end of the...
pretty normally, Seda is always in her gear, or in their gear, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Gear is on.
fair. I think all of you
Sterling's
have your masks. All of you have your masks on you at all times, but it's whether or not it's on your
Yeah.
face.
Yeah.
I can say that for certain. Is Sterling going to take 10 minutes to gear up?
he's probably just in his brigadine.
I was going to say it would be over by then, but it's fair to say that. I feel like you would walk around in your armor, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Especially with how often shit has just gone sideways in the middle of the day. So
True.
Yeah.
So you find yourselves at the end of the bridge that crosses the river at the very edge of the center of town. When you guys arrive there at the edge of this bridge, and you're looking on towards this little center platform where announcements are typically made, or the lottery is drawn, you see Lycus standing there. And you know it's pretty common for the stewards to be the ones to draw the lottery. He stands very stone-faced in the middle of the platform, and he looks across all of you. After it looks like pretty much everyone or the majority of people in town have arrived. I believe both Seda and Amet notice that a ring on his hand faintly glows a moment, and then he starts to speak with a clearly magically enhanced voice, just like this booming voice. It pains me, as it always does, to announce the lottery, for the next payment has come. He pauses for a moment, looking down as if checking notes before speaking again. This lottery, however, is a special case. For two reasons. The first, unlike previous lotteries, today, 2 names will be drawn.
I suspected as much. Seda literally just breathes under her breath.
He pauses again, shaking his head a moment before seemingly steeling himself. And second, all lottery exemptions except hunter, runner, guard, and steward are void for this lottery only. The crowd murmurs a moment before Lycus hushes them. I am truly sorry that it must be this way, but in order for us to continue to live here, for the runners to continue to do their jobs protecting us, this is how it must be.
So, the runners are still exempt, or we're in this.
The runners are still exempt, the guards, the hunters, and the stewards are still exempt.
Okay.
But anyone
All right.
else who had special exemptions are not.
Okay.
It also means that the normal qualifications to even be eligible for what am I trying to say? You know, the air thing that was mentioned does not apply either. Would be the assumption that you could make. All right, let's roll it.
Even Immortus calls this out. Even children.
He's like reaching in, and he goes, "Children are never in the lottery."
Okay.
And he pulls the first name. That would be. Let me get to it. Navara Ulmokina.
Oh.
Which is not anyone any of you know, but someone steps forward. A human with brown hair. She stands at the edge of the podium and sighs, looking at the ground. He nods, or Lycus nods at her, and the next name. Heck. That's a damn big sigh. Fable Ventura. Another woman steps forward. Long blonde hair past her waist. She sort of just looks up at him. Seda.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the corner of your eye, you see Ivo ball his fist, and similar to the small tendrils of energy you saw before, start to lash out from his hand.
Is he near me?
Yeah, you guys are all within probably 30 feet of each other.
Well, I'm sneaky enough. I'm just gonna slip over next to him and legit like stand like kind of sort of behind him because he's bigger than me, right? He's like
A little bit, yeah.
a pretty. Just gonna kind of stand behind him and put both of my arms on his forearms or on his biceps and be like, breathe, center, calm, not the time, nor the place.
And he like in a very shaky voice goes, and another Ventura falls. The tendrils stop lashing out, and he starts to like stretch his like furl and unfurl his hand. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. So would that be the second one in his family, or?
you don't know.
Okay.
But you definitely get the idea that other people in his family have died because of the vampires before. Would be the implication that you got there.
Yeah.
So.
Because I forgot to talk to Immortus about the person that we saw in the tower.
Like his.
Which I guess that'll probably happen now.
Sort of crosses his hands in front of him, and he goes, "As is tradition, you have the rest of the day to say your goodbyes, and you are expected at the gate to the keep by 10 p.m. Good day." And he makes his way through the crowd back to the keep. I think Ivo turns around and just straight up punches the what do you call it? Like the I forget what it's called. At the end of bridge. Just like the stone part that comes up, like the pillar thing.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, I don't remember what it's called. The banister, except for a bridge.
Yeah, that. And he punches it, smashing the stone, which, relatively impressive until you see his clearly broken hand as he walks away.
Immortus?
Mm-hmm.
What was the name of that? Our watchful friend.
Hold on, let me turn the pages of my notebook. Io. Is that right, Game Master?
Yeah, Io.
Is that the same
Io.
name that I heard him mentioning?
Yes, it is.
Immortus, go. We need to talk. I fucking just forgot his name. To Ivo. Apparently they have a thing in their family. So this, just without much any other explanation, Santa just kind of takes off at a short kip to catch up.
And Immortus will follow.
Yeah.
If Emmet or Sterling want to come, you're more than welcome to. There's nothing saying you can't. We just ran away.
I think without any difficulty, you could have seen him smash the banister thing on the bridge and break his hand. And now the other two are chasing after him. So, would you follow?
I'm actually inclined to give him a little time to himself.
No, I'm following.
After emoting like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Nah, now's the time to strike. I mean, to console him.
Because he just muttered the voice. He didn't actually tell it to me. I just overheard it, right?
Yeah.
It's Io?
Yep, Io.
How long has Io been gone?
You just, chase after him and ask him this question?
Yep.
And he stops and turns around abruptly. Io has and he's like shaking. He's like angry, and probably hurting too.
Yeah, he just broke his hand.
Io has been gone for 5 years.
Seda looks at Immortus.
Immortus is emoting underneath his mask.
Or why? How do you know that name?
So since Seda's got a pretty good visual memory, I'm gonna start describing a person, because it could maybe
Where's
just be that they have the same name.
Where's this conversation taking place?
In an
We're
alley,
still-
probably. Like,
Yeah, on the, definitely in an alley. It seems as if he was probably headed to the wall, maybe to like stand on top of it or something. You don't know.
something dramatic, or So yeah, like an alleyway. And it's not like we're not loud
Wait.
anymore. Seda closes the distance, and
We sh-
describes.
We shouldn't
This
talk
person.
here.
There are
Let's
ears
do it.
everywhere. We're not being listened to right now.
So I think you pretty perfectly describe Io, and you can tell Ivo is not sure if he should be upset or happy.
Happy, or yeah.
Where did you see
I heard you-
this person?
It didn't occur to
I'll-
me
I
that
talked.
yeah.
I
he
talked with
to me
him in the castle,
in the keep.
in the keep.
That means he didn't die.
No, he didn't die.
Well,
He,
No,
he did.
he's gone. He doesn't remember anything about who he was. Whatever is in that keep that has, is it his son?
Brother, I think.
Brother? Whatever has your brother's body doesn't remember anything about his time before being alive. Anyone that goes there, I don't know.
It's probably magic.
I don't know the criteria of who or why that they're made into vampires, but they're no longer who we knew.
But you don't know that. You just know that they don't remember. That one particular person does not remember. We don't have enough. And this is the I'm a ranger and I study things person talking. We don't have enough information to go off the fact that that's fact. We have one instance.
It's easier.
So they repurposed the failed experiment, did they?
I was about to ask, is there something particularly magical about your bloodline?
My family's always been highly susceptible to magical influence, much to our detriment in terms of persuasion and things of that nature, you understand? But
I do, and I know this is a really delicate time to talk about this, but it seems a little opportune.
it's not as if tomorrow will have much of opportunity, yeah?
What I mean is, if this sort of ability runs in your family, and you can mix that with a powerful creature as it is, and make a more powerful creature, and we are approaching war.
Or a creature more easily susceptible to taking orders without question.
No. Immortus, you're not thinking clearly. Not to mind control this. They want to make a more powerful vampire.
Because
Well, yes, but if his bloodline is susceptible to enchantment magic,
No,
they
not
wanna make
susceptible.
sure
He means as in they wield magic more naturally. They're
Oh.
more naturally powerful, more naturally inclined to being powerful with magic.
I see.
Which can be rough with, I'm guessing, pack type things, like your lady. If you don't find one that's benevolent.
In the case of my brother and I, they took us when we were... and he stops mid-sentence and he goes, might not be obvious, but we are twins. They took us into the castle when we were 15 and started experimenting. They bound me to whatever this is, and he like waves his hands, and the tendrils show up.
Yeah, I've noticed it several times before.
I don't know what they bound him to. I just know that after a few years he died. It doesn't sound like he stayed dead.
Or they turned him after he did.
I just know that his greatest flaw was that he couldn't control whatever it was he was linked to.
Oh. Oh. Literally just goes, son of a bitch.
Indeed. I'm
No,
assuming
no.
you're talking about Larry.
Yeah. Yeah. So, when I went to the keep the other day, someone mentioned something about inconsolable man-child that could possibly level the entire city, being unhappy.
Well, you think...
And I said, to stop that from happening, you just make them happy. Now, I don't know if that has anything to do with the fact that your relative just got picked and is going to the keep.
I think it has everything to do with that. This is
If
not a
then
lottery.
Seda literally
joke.
swings around to Immortus, then they do remember. Because if his family would make him happy, then they know.
Yeah, if he doesn't remember, then bringing my mother to him wouldn't do any good.
That's the point I was getting at with that, which may mean it has nothing to do with it.
Oh, just the
it'd just be
horrible luck
coincidence.
of the draw, really. And
It's not a coincidence. Come on.
Well, then your theory's bunk.
Well, then it's bunk. This is
Okay. I
yeah.
just want to make sure that we're staying on the same page. Like, it does seem a little bit too opportune, but in that case, like, if he doesn't remember...
Maybe they're just trying to... Maybe they messed up wiping his memory, and they're trying to somehow fix it. I don't know.
Or
I can't...
maybe just have her come and take care of him? Help?
Or maybe
Help him
Yeah,
calm?
a mother figure or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or
I don't
maybe
know.
it's a test to see if he does remember, and if he doesn't, they'll just do whatever they do to the rest of them.
Or perhaps it could
Maybe.
be,
I
be a
don't
million
know.
things.
And the only reason I'm telling you this is because you are literally on the edge of throwing your life away. And I get it. I do. But also at the same point in time, there's literally a war at our doorstep. And
Now
how
is
you
not the
proceed
time
is...
to attack the castle.
I know. That's why I said it's not the time or the place. But you have friends. And people who share your view.
If that ever is a choice that you see fit to make, count me as an ally. But until then...
Seda just kind of nods, and then doesn't say anything else. Other than, do you want a drink or you want some air?
Until then, we need to protect the city and those that live here. I guess I better go get my hand fixed.
Okay. Sorry and thank you.
Is this guy a runner?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Ivo.
It's the archery guy.
Right. Okay.
You can hit like any target, practically. But he takes off. Presumably to go get his hand fixed.
Seda just kind of like goes, fuck. Okay, well, let's go back to the others.
Yeah, where are the other two of you?
Lurking.
Yeah, lurking. Okay, sure.
Lurking.
Just like around
Sterling's
the
doing his
corner.
best lurk. He's gigantic
Peeking
and really
in.
hard not to notice.
Just that great thing where it's like the giant guy hiding behind the stop sign. And just like peeking over it. It's like, I see you.
He's 40.
Sterling.
He's good.
Sterling might have actually I mean, it's sobering whenever anybody has to go up, so maybe he went to get a drink by himself.
Fair. Ahmet, what'd you do?
I'm not sure.
I mean, fair. If you would like, you can say you just stood there by the edge of the bridge for like 10 minutes. Like,
Or like go hug mom because mom didn't get called.
Yeah, and the exemptions
Yeah,
were
true.
void.
I could go visit them.
That's fair. I think that's fair to say that's what you did. After the rest of you get back to the runner's den, whoever is heading there, that is, after about an hour, there's a knock at the door.
I'll answer
Okay,
it.
so
And
Yeah, so who's gonna
everybody
answer
shows
this
up.
Evidently, after looking at everyone, like, who's gonna answer it?
We both stand up at the same time.
Yeah. I kind of picture the both of you like walking to the door and reaching for the knob at the same time.
Like doing the whole you. Okay, no, wait, me. Okay, oh, you. Okay.
Eventually, you get the door open, and standing there is that same gnome fella with some armor, and he looks down at the tag. Armor for Seda?
Oh.
Say there, your clothes are here.
Thanks. Thank you.
He hands it up to you. He goes, he sort of like tilts his head and like looks into the room to see what's going on, and he's like, "Have a good day."
Thank you. You too. Sweet. I had some armor made because I figured after running around and that other stuff, it was kind of nice
It's
to
good.
feel a little sturdier. So
And a banana got that for you. Trying to be good.
yeah, so I had some armor made. I'm gonna go try it on, even though I guess it doesn't technically matter if it fits or not because I can make it fit. Anyways, I'll be right back.
Yeah, it fits precisely to what you were measured at. So,
Yep. Yeah.
well, it's no surprise. Alexi's pretty good blacksmith, all things considered.
Well, yeah.
Considering having a building blow up on him, you know.
Well, I mean, you know,
He's fine now. It's okay.
this is fine.
You know, it only takes 2 weeks to heal from that because of magic, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
You're
literally. That's not even a joke.
You like my tea?
But so I don't know that anything particularly eventful happens over the course of the next few days, except that the fated, as they're typically called, anyone who's chosen for lottery, they all head to the keep. Yeah.
one thing that Sterling does get done in the next few days is getting a longsword enchanted to go with the shield in case he needs it.
All right. So you can. What's up?
You'll have to. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, whatever.
I was just going to comment that I've never had cause to actually mention the longsword on stream before.
Nice.
He's got a sword.
So,
I mean,
I was just gonna say you can absolutely have that commissioned and get that done. But Seda is the one that's effectively in charge of all your quote unquote money. So you need to be like, hey Seda, I need some. In this case, 10 scrap and 1 magical scrap would do it to enchant that magical sword.
yeah.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
So if Seda wants
Mortis-
to mark that down.
In the night, Amortus will send Alfred to creep on the families of the fated as they spend their last night together.
Grim.
Creep?
Yeah, you definitely see about what you'd expect.
Yeah.
You do see. I guess you don't technically see,
We'll see through the eyes of the raven.
but it is
Okay.
it is in one way or another relayed to you. What's up?
I was gonna say, when we did the notes on the magical plate, I was told it could be shield or armors, not into swords. But are you using the plate to use it as a deal to sweeten it to get his sword enchanted?
Think of it as payment as opposed to actually turning it into.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, just to. Otherwise, it would be like 150 scrap.
Yeah.
To get an enchanted sword.
But Seda does legitimately be like, if you absolutely positively have to have this longsword, then yes, okay. But we only have 10 of these, and we do not know what we may need to make. Your shield was made out of it that I got for you because protection. I just want you to know how incredibly rare these are. They're worth 100 scrap.
Yeah.
Do you have? I don't. Amanda doesn't remember what magical items you have, weapons you have already. But this is just Seda being the scrupulous. Like, we're scavenging this shit? Are we keeping it? Do you need it? Like, I don't. Amanda doesn't care. Seda does.
That's fair.
I've never seen you use your longsword. That's all I'm getting at.
Well, he's never had a
in a
shield.
situation where that would be a preferable option.
Meaning what? Stuff you can slash, you can't bash?
Meaning, if I'm trying to use a shield to fight, that the longsword would be a bit easier to wield. But I'm going to stop and think about it.
I mean, it's fine. We can get it ordered. It's not. I just want to know that it's not just going to hang on your belt and be pretty.
I mean, no more than the shield from the sounds of it.
Yeah, I know. It's just like.
Back to your spying over here in Mortis. I think one thing in the process of you watching this that you do notice is as you're watching the Ventura family, you see there's a point where Ivo steps into another room. And you're not entirely sure what he's doing, but you do see a faint glow. And then you see a necklace that he had in his hand faintly glow. And then he returns and hands it to his mother. The other family is much less eventful. Just
Besides, what you would expect.
sad people being sad together.
Sad people being
Right.
sad together, yeah.
I would like to. The Raven at least will hear the voices of these the fated. So I might use that later. Their voices.
Not creepy. Not creepy at all.
Not creepy at all. Super fucking creepy.
Noted. That is noted that you now have those voices. Remembered. Next up is, I believe, it's definitely a solemn occasion, as a lot of people, and this is one of those like traditions around the city that's not adopted by everyone, but a lot of people do like this whole thing where they like light a candle and stick it on their doorsill whenever the lottery is run. And I think it's probably Seek who tries to do it for the Runner's Den, but he's a little short. So you guys can just hear, like, outside the closed front door, scrambling as somebody tries to climb up, and then somebody falling and going, "Ow!" And it happens a few more times. But if nobody cares to assist, after maybe the 10th time or so...
Sterling peeks out and has a look.
You see Seek trying to climb up to the top of the door sill.
You want a hand?
Yeah, put the candle for the faded on the door sill. And he hands you the candle. And then he goes, "No, light it!" And then he hands you the flint
light
steel.
Might have been easier to light when it was still on the ground.
Maybe. But I kept falling. Didn't want to burn myself again. Thank you.
Yeah, it gets set up.
Well, came a little sooner than expected, but still want to do it, right?
Yeah.
I wonder how Ivo's doing as you guys are walking back inside.
Well, when they get inside, Immortus is brooding in the common room. Do you feel any better?
Oh, I'm sorry. Who are you asking?
Both of them coming in after putting the candle out.
Oh, they're putting the candle up? Yeah. Well, you know, I'm not falling anymore, so that's better.
No, I mean, has the candle vanquished your guilt or ill feelings, like the light into the darkness?
I mean, no, but I don't know.
It's tradition.
Exactly. Well, I'm
Like
to...
standing by while people are marched to their death is tradition. Some traditions we could do without. And he takes his beverage and goes into his room. Dramatic walk off.
Seek looks up at you.
Never stand around and get sassed back. Always run.
He looks up. Seek looks up at you, Sterling, and goes, does he have a better idea that I'm not aware of?
Not that he's told anybody else.
Oh, I've got an idea.
You just like mutter that as you slam your door. Oh, got an idea. Oh, man. Well, I think that day...
put a thing in the Tuesday D&D thing that I literally just thought of, and that'd be really neat.
I think the rest of your day comes to a close. You rest well.
Or brood well, depending.
Depending. I mean, do you have brooding nightmares? Or dreams? I don't know. I don't know about your life. Maybe they're dreams. But the next day comes. So I think as you guys do the whole breakfast thing, you know that it's going to be like your last breakfast with the other runner team for a while.
Yeah.
So you kind of see them off, and you're like, later, friends. Seda, I think you notice something that comes off as interesting to you. Ivo's right hand, the one that he recently broke, while healed, is scarred.
Ooh, okay.
Whether or not that was intentional is hard to say. But I think probably for the rest of the day, you guys don't have too much to do. Your goggles do come in, though.
Heck yeah.
I think like there's a knock at the door, and you're like, okay, neat. Goggles, right?
Yeah.
They aren't actually goggles. They're lenses that affix directly to your mask, which already had goggles, as we've discussed previously.
Yeah. Awesome. Oh, that's fantastic. It can just replace the lenses.
Yeah. So you just slide them right in, and they come with a little container
Little carrying case
that you can attach to your belt.
Cool. Neat.
Uh,
So I probably
They do.
take them apart and put them together on the table. Help me see things.
uh,
Clearly.
Distant things or small things or
They help me see things. Because we're in the common area, right?
yeah.
That's the answer he gets.
Help me see things.
Okay. Confused paladin noises.
Confused paladin noises.
It's a lot of clanking, honestly. Just a lot of armor clanking.
Shifts this way. Clank, clank.
Let's see. I'm trying to find what you were asking for because I have a specific thing in mind, but I'm struggling.
That's okay. It
it's
doesn't have to
gonna
happen right this moment, but that's just a.
The simple answer is yes, but it wouldn't be cheap. But is
Okay.
anything?
Yeah, exactly.
So if that is a suggestion you wanted to make to Amet, and Amet was amiable to said request or suggestion, I should say, then yes.
And we could do it to at least one of them. My thought there was essentially just to give her a ranged option that had magic ability.
There's
and she likes her daggers, so.
There's a particular version of the Belt of Returning that I would like to give you, so that's probably what you're going to go for.
Okay.
So would Amet like a Belt of Returning that would allow thrown daggers to return to her belt?
That sounds awesome.
So yeah, at some
It very
point
much is.
during the week, Seda is like, listen, you have these magic daggers, but sometimes it takes you a minute to get up in there to stick people in the kidneys. What if we could find a way where you could throw them and they would come back while you're getting closer, before you get to the stabby kidney range? How does that sound? It's going to be expensive, probably.
What?
Would you like that?
What did? Are you talking about the belt?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's so essentially, you get a. We don't know it's going to be a belt yet, but if you throw your dagger and it can magically come back to you, does that sound like something you'd want?
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Okay. That way you don't have to worry so much about bow and all that other stuff. You'll just have your daggers that you like to use, that you use more often than anything else you have, and you can also throw them, and not just have to worry about losing them somewhere or in an enemy that may run away if they live. Which doesn't happen often, but it could. And if it did, it'd be nice if the dagger came back as opposed to went away with them.
All right. So, this is day 4. You have 5 more days before you leave for your mission. So, I'm gonna hop up for a second. If you guys want to discuss and decide if there's anything else you want to do. If not, we can fast forward. Let me know when I get back.
Okay.
I mean, beyond the belt.
Yeah. Is Immortus still brooding?
Probably, yeah.
How
but
long does
less
Immortus
so.
brood? I guess that's a good question. How long does he brood?
He
I mean, I
goes.
can understand it being quite.
He goes from complete edgelord the night of to maybe like a reserved, responsible brooding the next day, and
Okay.
just slowly kind of stops brooding.
Okay. At some point, like probably actually the next day, because do we know that your mom was taken, right?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that.
that
I'm
was
pretty sure
part of
that's
that whole
covered.
speech. That
Yeah.
whole "let's burn down a civilization" speech.
Yeah. Does Immortus drink coffee?
Yes.
Does he like it black like his soul?
Yeah,
imagine he
probably.
likes it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
A little bit of sugar though, because you can put the sugar in it and it's still black, so it's okay. The next morning, Seda, because she gets up fucking early. God, couldn't do it. Brings some coffee to his room.
Oh, really? Ooh.
Mm-hmm. There's a knock.
Well, he answers it in his bedclothes.
Coffee?
Oh, what? Sure.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
He looks
be
at the
better if-
coffee like,
It's not poisoned. I just wanted to see that if you're okay. I don't. Anyways, here's your coffee. Have a good day.
I mean, I'm okay. Did you want to like talk or something?
I don't know. Just you were bummed out. I think, or pissed off. I don't know. Both.
Both.
Okay. I mean, and Ivo was the mess, and this whole thing is a mess. But there's also a bigger
No,
mess on top of this mess.
It's always been a mess.
It's always been a mess, but there's this big giant looming mess, and dealing with one mess would mess up the other mess. So, yeah.
And
It
I'm back.
sucks. Welcome back. So yeah, it sucks, but it's the mess that we've got to deal with currently. Then we can deal with the other messes.
Yeah. The longer we don't deal with this, the more people die. Evidently, now we're doubling up on lottery people.
And that doesn't surprise me at all. You can't tell me you're surprised by this.
Not. I wouldn't call it complete surprise. It's just. I don't know, maybe.
If you were in charge of a town of people, and you knew there was a possible war coming, would you want a human or a vampire to fight? Just pure calculus. Take your heart out of this.
Well, I mean, if the battle is going to be fought in the daylight, I would not want a vampire.
I mean, there are ways around that. You realize that, right?
I understand. I am acknowledging the point that you're making, but I would think, I don't know. I can't answer that personally, but I see what you're saying, and I agree.
And we also know that the villain that we're all facing, not our personal villain, but the villain we're all facing, has done horrible things and found weird creatures to bolster their sides. So we need as many heavy hitters as possible. As horrible as that sounds, we're all ons.
If I were this king making vampires to fight for the defense of the people and those people's families, I would tell them.
Yeah, but nothing about any of this has ever been truthful. I bet you if he asked for volunteers for this reason, he would get some.
Yeah, why not?
I don't know. Because that's tradition. And even a vampire can get stuck in tradition. Oh. What if undying creatures have a harder time adapting, changing? Because they have no reason to adapt or change.
Oh, where are you guys when you're having this conversation?
In my bedroom.
bedroom.
Fair.
Huh. I mean, it would explain a lot.
I do think because it is the next day, I think there's definitely that knock at your door. And, well, I think you hear a knock down the hall, and there's no answer, so you hear another knock, and then and eventually it gets to your door, Mortis.
Mm-hmm. What the hell? Why is everyone coming to my door today?
Maybe you should get dressed.
I go to the door and I look at Satan like, should you hide in the closet or something?
Should I?
I open the door.
It's Ivo standing there, and he goes, I just wanted to inform you that we're leaving. And since you're the only one who seems to answer their door, and he sees like Seda like at the the side over there.
Yeah.
Drinking a cup of coffee. I wasn't in
And
my
Mortis
room
is in his total fan service costume, whereas it's like, because he's always underneath the
partially
robe.
open.
Yeah, it's like he's always underneath the robe, so it's like the only chance in the whole series you ever see that he's got like a physique.
He's fit at all.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure it's not going to be too bad. It's just a repair mission, right?
I hope so. I hope that the blow we served to their forces holds them back enough to keep them from pressing forward for some time. We did collapse an entire mountain on top of them.
Hopefully.
Yeah, but just be ready and be vigilant.
Well, I don't think they'd send this many of us to do this job if they weren't expecting some trouble.
Well, they also probably want it done quicker. The quicker, the better.
Also true.
There's a lot to balance and a lot at play here. Just be careful, be smart, watch out for any signs of plague, anything that seems weird.
In the coming days, we'll see how smart I am. And he shakes his head.
Also, if you see any eyeballs flying after you, they're...
Oh, we did have this discussion at one point.
Yes, I know, but Io made them.
Yeah, they're his.
They're his.
Interesting.
He's curious about the world outside.
Well, if he's been trapped in there for 5 years, I don't think I blame him.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
not
so
to
he knows.
wonder the rest of them. Maybe they're curious about the outside world too, but a little
Yeah.
less bold.
Yep.
My brother was always quite reckless.
That tracks.
Well, I best be off. Good luck in your coming mission.
You as well.
Thank you. And he turns and heads for the door. So were any decisions made then?
The yes on the belt.
Yes on the belt. Okay.
Yes on the belt.
All
And
right.
let's see.
Yeah. Anything else?
Nothing that I can think of immediately. Like I'm good, but there's a couple things I'm like, this is hilarious, and I just want to share it with you. But that can be done later.
Well, I think if that's the case, feel free to RP as much as you'd like, and then we're going to fast forward to the mission assignment and all the details you need.
All right. Let's see. Okay, so that's great. They're going. That's... I mean, it does need to be rebuilt because that's our border there.
Yeah. Rebuilding your fort, though, that's gonna take a while.
It is going to take time, yeah. Well, I mean, I think they just need to build the gates, essentially. Why are they gonna post it? Are they gonna be posted up there and just defending it?
I don't know.
Because I mean, at that point, you're just literally building a wooden wall for them to knock down.
We certainly need more people guarding that place. Real
Yeah.
people, not like just regular guards.
You mean like a whole nother town?
Oh, well, yeah, maybe. Didn't think of that. I was just talking about more like us trained runners,
Yeah.
trained to survive out there, fight.
Well, we don't have a lot of there's not a lot of us.
Yeah, I know. I'm just. Evidently, we can just make them.
I mean, training.
I mean, vampires.
Oh, we could, I suppose. Yes, doggo. Anyways, do we want to? Yeah. She just kind of like flops down on like if there's a chair there, if there's no chair, just like sits on the bed. Yeah, I don't know. I really hope. I am not responsible for. I mean, indirectly. I know, indirectly responsible for either
for-
they're being pulled. I didn't know what the suggestion was for. I was just answering a question.
Well, I think it was a good answer.
Make them happy. Make them happy. They're less likely to be unhappy. I don't know. To throw a tantrum, to be upset.
I don't know what they're. I don't know. This is. I can't begin to pontificate on their motives on some of these actions they're doing.
Well, we don't have hundreds of years of life experience under our belts, so I'm sure that changes things. Makes us fairly unpredictable.
Well, we should probably try to put all this behind us and look to our task at hand.
Oh, you mean our month-long trip?
Hmm.
Hope you're ready. I hope your boots are. Hope you've replaced the soles on your boots recently. They're gonna get some tread.
We're supposed to replace those?
Oh goodness, we need to go to the boot shop. Oh,
Shopping
God,
montage.
I wonder if Amet's. You know what? We're checking everybody's boots. We're checking everybody's gear. Sata just
Yeah, we're
like
just gonna do a gear day.
a gear day montage is what happens next. Sata knocks on everybody's doors and is like, "All right, gear check now!" Like loud and obnoxious. If you're asleep, too bad. Not asleep anymore. Pounds on Sterling's door.
Thank God.
For some reason, Sterling has a spare pair of boots.
Well, I imagine so. He is a rich kid. All right,
I mean,
good.
basically.
Check
Another
all the check
Goliath
all
in
your
your closet
straps.
there?
Check all your straps, all your buckles, everything. Make sure it's all tip top shape. We don't need anything breaking on our trip. It turns around and knocks on Amet's door. Amet, when's the last time you got new boots?
I don't remember.
Probably never, unless they broke.
Potentially when you became a runner.
Yeah. That is a good call.
Yeah, that's probably it.
All right. Well, we should go down to the We have a cobbler or someone who cobbles, right?
Yes. Yes,
Okay, good.
indeed.
Then we need to make a trip to the cobbler and get you resold because we are going on a long, long trip with lots of hiking. Basically, we're just gonna get all our gear checked, check all your straps, check all your buckles, because I don't want to have to repair that stuff on the road. We can, but I'd rather us not if we don't have to. Cool.
Cool.
All right.
Makes sense.
So yeah, then shopping montage essentially. That's today.
Yeah, those I think those would actually be provided for you.
Yeah.
I mean, you're active runners. You'd probably get new shoes every like 6 months to a year, right? That makes sense.
You would normally, yeah, but we have worked and ran and like we have worn we would like, you got these boots, they've got a 2-year warranty. You wore them out in 6 months? What the fuck? That's basically what our life has been.
Yeah, and I think the reason why they're like, okay, yeah, here's some new shoes is because you're runners, right?
Yeah.
So I think that makes sense.
Yeah, so we just top off all our gear, refresh it, and then the next fun part after that, after we get brand new boots, it's like, guess what we're doing all day today? Walking around town
We gotta
in our
wear
new
them in,
shoes.
or
We got to break them in.
Break them in. I said wear them in. That's not the right word.
Well, it kind of is.
The last thing I want you guys doing is complaining about your feet being sore while we're tromping around through the woods.
Yeah. Would you guys like to say that you actually passed by the farms for probably the first time since we started streaming this?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Great place to walk.
Seda is making everybody march, and if someone doesn't, so Seda takes the we're hiking pace. Someone will legitimately have to tell them to slow down. If they would so choose.
Should have stayed brooding.
Sterling probably has a pretty long stride anyway.
That's a fair point. But yeah, so I think typically you guys go in front of the two farms because they're like on either side in front of the castle. But
Yeah.
there's enough space there that you guys never come near them, and now you're walking alongside the farm to see like what is effectively two giant farms with traditional vegetables and things on them, right? But as well as the Holborough farm, where Tristan's from, also has livestock, whereas the Gentle Harvest farm does not. I mean, when I say livestock, it's a lot of livestock for a farm. Like, wow.
Livestock?
Yes, livestock, like, cows and stuff. Chickens
Mortis
and so
will
on.
hop onto a fence post and announce to the livestock, It has come time, for we are very hungry, to choose one of you to be my dinner.
Wait, I'm sorry.
And since I am very hungry, unfortunately, I have to pick two of you. I'm very sad about this. Extremely sad. Look at me, how sad I am. Get in my belly. Thank you.
I think there are a fair number of people just staring at you right now.
Good. It was for them.
I'm doing this for you.
And then getting pushed off a fence post for you.
I have to continue walking.
Really? You know,
What?
if we stop, you just love pushing your luck. If your luck was on the edge of a cliff, it would have fallen off already.
I'm only drawing attention to what everyone already knows and refuses to see.
It's not that they refuse to see it. It's that it is hard to live a life and try and find happiness when all you constantly see is death.
You're telling me?
You court death.
Eldritch Blast!
Considering this whole lady thing, maybe literally.
Yeah, actually, Immortus was about to say that. I was like, quite literally.
I'm aware. That's why I said it. But these people, they're just trying to survive. And you know one of the most important ingredients to survival?
Luck, apparently.
Hope. And luck. But hope. Without hope of a tomorrow, without hope of any kind of happiness,
The only
you know
hope
what happens.
the only hope these people have is the hope they don't get called in a random lottery to be eaten. That's not real hope.
I disagree.
Immortus starts really breaking his shoes in via stomping as he walks.
You guys are passing by the other farm as this conversation happens, and the Immortus storms off. There's a lizard, a little, as in like child, lizard folk girl sitting on the fence post, and goes, "Ah, he's a weird one."
I mean, I suppose. We all are a little weird, aren't we?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. She hops down and comes over to each of you. I don't know if you guys are still actively walking or have stopped at this point, but if you're still walking, she tries to keep pace with you. And she looks up at you guys and she goes, "So do you work with my older sister?"
Maybe. What's your older sister's name?
Mirek.
Yes, we do.
She just left today.
Yep, she went on a mission.
You think she'll be okay?
She's got a good team with her. She's pretty smart and she's very handy.
Yeah. She is. So you're a different team?
Yep, we're team 3. I
Yes.
don't know why I can't remember that.
Just put,
Yeah, we're-
write it like a giant 3 on your notepad.
3. Yeah, we're team 3.
And she's team 2.
Yep.
I hope she does well.
Well, we've prepared them as much as we can.
Well, thank you. Because I
You're
want her to
welcome.
be okay.
We always want our family to be okay.
Yeah.
My family is team 1?
Yes.
My family, my parents, they're all on team 1.
Oh, really? That's so cool.
Yeah, they're out on a mission right now. So there's a
Wow.
lot of us out. Yeah.
Oh, it's busy.
Yep. Life is sometimes very hectic. And there's a lot of very important things here that we need to protect.
Yeah. She looks back at this point. You guys are like 100 feet away from the farm, and she's like, "Oh, I gotta go,"
All right, goodbye.
and she runs back to the farm. Like, I don't want to get in trouble.
Should probably talk to a Mortis. He's gonna be mad. Or you can go talk to him.
Hmm?
Just Seda looks at Sterling. I'm probably just gonna piss him off again.
I can try it.
In the back of her head, she's thinking, or they're thinking, "Go be the puppy I know you are."
Alright.
So was Amet on this whole journey too, just sort of tagging along as per usual?
Yeah.
Cool. So y'all are headed back to the runner's den now, then.
Yeah, probably.
Yep, unless Sterling's gonna go talk to a Mortis. I don't know if he is or not, but
I have actually no idea where Mortis went.
He's just walking ahead of
just
us.
Walking, yeah.
yeah, he's just walking
okay.
ahead of us. That's all.
Didn't hear that detail, so yeah, Sterling can try catching up to him.
I mean, I think you can, unless he starts running.
No, that's
Unless,
not
yeah,
right.
unless running happens, which would be kind of hilarious.
We're
Just trying to get out of earshot from cunning retorts.
That's funny.
Do not assault my worldview.
Yeah. Let's see. So, you catch up to a Mortis.
Hey,
Hey.
so to be blunt, the situation sucks for everyone.
You ever lost anyone in the lottery, Sterling?
No, I've only had the one
The one what?
parent.
But you didn't lose her in the lottery. You just had the one parent.
Yes.
Who's that again?
I don't think I've ever mentioned.
Nope, you have not.
Sterling doesn't really look around or anything, but watches the area ahead of them and Lycus raised me.
Lycus. The steward?
Yes.
Mortis is just thinking.
So Seda turns to Amet. So, how's your mom? You gone to see her lately?
She's fine.
Okay.
Painting.
Painting. That's good.
Well, after
She
thinking
might be.
for. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just thinking she might be making a little bit more of like 3D stuff with bottles since that one time.
Considering how many she
We
got.
have all that glass.
Yeah.
Maybe melting it down, who knows? That's actually kind of
Beautiful.
awesome.
Very
We
cool.
did bring there a lot of bottles. All right, cool. Go ahead, Immortus.
After evidently thinking about this for a while in silence, Immortus says, Sterling, so the situation sucks for everyone.
It does.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Unless they're... Actually, Sterling doesn't know about the other vampires at the castle, so... Yes, for everyone.
Oh, Immortus told everybody, didn't he?
Yeah, and you did. The doctor or whatever she was that treated you was definitely a vampire. So you know there's at least 2, for 100% certain. Possibly more.
Barring if... I couldn't tell you what some residents of the keep think, but... Those that I have interacted with, those that I have lived alongside, yes, the situation is less than great for everyone.
I wouldn't count the butcher as being sucky in this situation.
I just keep hearing fresh meat. Oh no.
Meat's back on the menu, boys.
Well, I'll let you know right now that he has never enjoyed having to hand out that bit of news.
But he still hands it out. That's the thing. Everyone just lets this happen because they say to themselves, at least it's not them.
Oh man, yep. This conversation could not happen with Seda around. Anyways.
And you're not the DM over here trying to keep quiet.
I know.
Letting it happen?
Well, yes. I mean,
What would you have him do? Between his oaths and the cure and the world around us, what would you have him do?
I don't know. I just know what I would do, and this is what I'm doing. Don't come to me and expect me to not be happy about this or not be angry about this.
I'm not telling you to not be angry or
Well,
unhappy.
Then what are you telling me?
Anything else.
Are you trying to defend yourself and your own feelings out of some guilt.
Feelings don't factor into this.
The feeling's the only thing to factor into this. What the hell are we talking about if not feeling? Emotions. Memories. People.
That even being on the outside looking in, there is still empathy. There is still watching the community around you that you've been helping build up, and it is depleted. It is lesser than it was before.
And when we find another way to do this, will you still stand by your traditions? Your father's traditions?
Well, that's the thing about traditions. Times change, and sometimes they do too.
Well, then we do have common ground.
If I was going to ask you for anything, it is that you don't shoot the messenger.
Are you the messenger in this situation?
No.
All right.
Although, don't shoot me either.
Though if you do shoot me, I'm going to retaliate.
Fair.
I don't think I have a blast big enough to even do that if I even wanted, or would I ever want to, my friend.
All right. So I think what I want to do here is, because we're reaching the end of our time, if everyone's okay with it, we can fast forward to the final day where you get your mission.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And
Yeah.
Okay.
next time we will be doing it.
We had our goodbye to the town session. That will be good.
effectively,
After
yeah.
this, we'll
Yeah.
be gone for a while.
Yeah.
Goodbye, town. Hopefully you're still standing when we return.
So I think the evening before the day you leave, you're starting to get a little anxious. You're like, okay, we're supposed to be leaving soon. We don't really have any of the additional information. And then there's a heavy-handed knock at the door. And
Oh, fucking time. All right.
it's not more like you don't even have a chance to go to the door. It swings open and Senan is standing there. And she looks across all of you. Well, is your entire team here? She steps inside
All
and
but
closes the door.
Reesh, yes.
Huh. Oh, of course. You. She sort of like squints at you, Seda, like a bit more amiable than the last time you met, at least to you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, interesting. Okay.
You do know why he was reassigned for this, don't you?
Because he's big and strong.
Because he was there with us? No, he wasn't there with us that time, was he?
No, he was not. And that's exactly why he was reassigned. He doesn't know. Only the four of you and the veterans know.
Ah.
And, well, they're occupied.
Yep. They're busy.
Well, she says, Lethea managed to craft 10 of this new concoction of hers. She's calling it the Sterling Brew. She looks at you, Sterling. I'm sure you quite like that.
That's mildly disconcerting, but
Mixed feelings.
mixed feelings.
This brew will cure the plague if it is consumed within 1 hour of infection. So,
What can we expect the side effects to be?
as far as we're currently aware, absolutely none,
Hmm.
except that it has absolutely no effect after 1 hour. The plague will continue to spread.
And you probably shouldn't consume it unless you know for sure you have it.
That would definitely be recommended, yes. In any case, you'll be leaving in the morning through Gate Pass, though I'm not sure how much reconstruction they've gotten done so far. Once you exit the pass, you will head, if anybody wants to write this down, you will head south until you reach a ruined city. Likely 2 weeks travel. Do not enter the city. Then you will head east and continue until you see a single tall tower in the distance.
Who has cap locks on? I don't want cap locks on. Hold on a second.
Nah, just yell the entire note and then fix it.
Gates pass, and then 2 weeks. What direction?
Alright, let me just restart. Gates Pass. Once you exit the pass, you will head south until you reach a ruined city. Likely 2 weeks travel. Do not enter the city. Then you will head to the east. Continue until you see a single tall tower in the distance. I estimate this journey taking another week. Despite what you may be thinking, the object you are looking for is not at the top of the tower.
Is it underneath the tower in like a cave?
Rather 5 stories beneath it.
Okay.
But it does mean you have to enter the tower. Is
Yeah.
definitely the implication there. The object you are looking for is called the Bane Skull.
Oh, good.
It looks something akin to a grotesque bull's skull, and it should be on the 5th sublevel somewhere. I advise you do not go to the top floor. While it is unlikely that any of the tower's inhabitants survive, I have no doubt their defenses remain intact.
Ominous.
Real quick, just out of game nonsense. Was I found out of the valley?
No, you were not out of the valley. You were in the valley, which is another reason what made it so weird.
Yeah.
That was a weird way to say that, but you get it.
Yeah.
Anyone who would like can go ahead and give me an Arcana or History check to see if they know what Bane Skull is. Anybody else?
All right, let's see.
Oh, all the things.
All right, everyone except Amet has heard of the Bane Skull. Imagine that. The Bane Skull is an ancient magical artifact crafted from the skull of a beast. It is said that if you wear it like a helmet, you gain the ability to command beasts and monsters alike.
What's the downside?
You have a silly hat.
As far as you're aware, the only downside is you can't take it off.
Oh, until you die or something?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And, I mean, beyond that, there's not really any downside as far as you're aware. Just that you radiate magic and are considered a magical creature.
Okay, so...
Which, debatably, not a downside.
Made from the skull of a monstrous beast, you have the ability to command beasts and monsters? Or, like natural creatures or magical creatures?
Beasts and monsters alike. That would be including magical and non-magical.
Okay.
It is a whole thing. But basically, the details are that the more powerful a creature is, the more difficult it is to control, obviously.
Yeah.
And the more of your energy you have to use to control it. Effectively, if you were to, this is just an example, out of game, not for the characters. If you were to try and command Tarask, it would take your full turn, right? It would be everything you could do, is to tell it to go over there. But you could
on the plus side,
do it.
Tarask.
Right. So yeah,
I imagine Constitution rolls would be involved at that point too.
Definitely some rolls on both ends, because Tarask.
Yeah.
But that is your mission. But between here, where you guys, I'm sorry, between the edge of the valley and the tower you're going to, it's largely but not completely forested area. There's also some open plains and a little bit of swamp in there.
Okay.
Well, do you have any questions?
What's the who were the inhabitants of this tower?
If you know.
Indeed, they were briefly allied with Leric. Briefly. Thodrick of the Undying Eyes. He was a powerful wizard who observed the use of necromancy and ensured that it did not get out of hand. He was responsible for stopping quite a number of liches in his time.
Necro cop.
Yeah, basically. He also created the spell that I'm sure you've seen, the eyes floating about.
Oh. 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 Stars above. Okay, sorry, that's out of game.
I would definitely advise you not attempt to wear the Bane Skull. It can be rather violent upon putting it on.
Yeah, well, considering that in order to remove it, you have to die, then I don't really necessarily want to put it on unless it's literally the last thing I do.
Understandable. And I certainly hope it doesn't come to that.
Well, yeah, if it comes to that, we're not making it back.
Well, not all of you anyways.
Yeah, true. Good point.
I think I could rock a skull.
Well, I mean, I'll just put this out there. If it does come to that, every creature in between here and there is going to come back and help fight.
That could be fun. But also, no.
I would rather not.
Yeah, really. Let's see. So, other than that, I think, yeah, that's all that I have for you. If there's anything else you would like to know, now's the time to ask.
So that's about a month out, then.
Close to, yes, and then likely a month back.
Okay. That's what I was figuring, roughly, given just distance in general.
It is certainly an extended journey. However, the hope is that this particular artifact can give us the advantage against Creighton, especially if he chooses to awaken the Behemoth.
Or, for that matter, what the fuck was that guy's name? The one that I extra hate. The Beast.
Yeah, the Beast.
I'm not entirely certain it would work on him, but if it would, that would help.
It might work on his flunkies.
Could be.
Because the Beast, the real threat, in my personal opinion, of the Beast is not necessarily the Beast itself, but what he makes.
Indeed, I can see that. Though, he is certainly a threat on his own.
Yeah.
One that I sincerely hope that we do not have to approach directly at any point in time.
Yeah.
He'll get his. Or it. We don't know if it's a boy. It could be a girl.
Don't know.
It's just the Beast. At that point, I don't necessarily know if it matters. Oh, the mother of Beast, though. That'd be, creepy. Anyways,
That has
any
whole
questions?
other implications.
Yeah, I was just any questions? Why not go into the city? Just because it's so plague ridden?
Yes.
I'm just asking simply because of the fact that we have to survive out there, and if something happens and we lose some of our packs, or there are things that can happen, and we may have to scavenge.
Only go into that city if you are completely desperate, and ensure that you have some of that cure remaining.
Okay.
It is To say that it is completely plague-ridden would be an understatement. It is a shock that with our last scoutings, that there are still creatures wandering that city, completely infested with the plague themselves, and yet not dead. Things that we still cannot explain.
Yeah.
Well, the plague lives. It lives, so
Oh,
those creatures.
that
yeah.
reminds me of the final warning I should give you. You've seen the small plague creatures themselves.
Yep.
If you see a large one, I advise you run.
Wait, they come. They come bigger.
They
Like
certainly
from not
can.
little larva form to like giant squishy worm thing.
Indeed.
Oh.
Gross.
And they, well, intend to inflict you with the plague, and as you might imagine, that would mean you effectively become an incubator for their young.
Ooh, yeah, okay. Cool. Not cool. Real gross. But
It
alright.
seems
Avoid big squishy poofy things.
it seems once they reach a certain size, they can survive without being inside a living creature.
Okay.
Which is problematic for us, as it makes them a little bit harder to kill. But
Still averse to fire?
indeed.
Okay. That's
That
good.
is the only way I escaped the one I encountered. But that was a long time ago. She sort
Are
of
they
like rubs her arm like
like memories. Okay. Alright. Okay. So we don't have none of us out of character, none of us have access to the spell message or anything like that, right?
Oh.
No.
Thank you for the reminder. I was going to just drop it in your pack, but you will be having a ring of sending.
Okay.
So you specifically, Seda.
Because Seda was just about to ask. Actually, here, let's just do it in game. I don't know that maybe we could send a bird or any kind of method to communicate with you once we have arrived at our destination. So you know we made it.
Of course. There will be a ring that will allow you to communicate. You are there will be a note in your pack, but you are ordered to communicate directly with Lycus for this mission.
Okay.
And like as she says that, there's sort of this like, really, what is this, like, fascination with this group, kind of. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like she knows, but she doesn't get it, kind of.
Well, because she doesn't understand the emotional attachment to Sterling.
Not really, no.
Yeah.
Each of you will have including yourself, Seda, additional items in your packs to aid with this mission. I can just drop those in now because we're talking about them. If I get to this.
Alrighty.
But aside from that, I advise you get your rest.
Okay. Yep. We leave in the morning?
Indeed, yes.
Items. Okay.
Oops.
All right. Y'all ready? Like you good? Everybody 2 months. I know I said it'd be around a month-ish. I forgot to mention there, not there and back. So,
Well, I figured.
Okay.
Alrighty. So I think all of you, because I want to warp through this so we can actually have this now on stream, instead of doing it next time. Although that would work too. Whatever. Let's do it.
I'm doing it.
All of you bed down for the evening, and when you wake up, just as mentioned, is your pack that is extra full. As you're shuffling through your pack, seeing what's inside, Immortus, you find a note inside it, along with a number of spell scrolls.
Ritual spells?
I'm
one
just
of
gonna
them
make
should-
a
yes.
special pack.
All right.
So
Long journey pack.
yeah. I lost where the note starts. After watching you, I thought you could use some of the scrolls I made. It took some convincing for them to let me help, but here you go. P.S. Scorching Ray is extra spicy. And it has a little, the note has a little eye at the top of the one side of it.
Ah, nice.
I believe that is correct. At the bottom is the hooded lantern that each of you has. What that does. You know, in case you might potentially end up needing that, maybe, who knows.
Ah, the hut will be good.
But I believe, as you guys are swinging the satchels over your shoulder and preparing to walk out the door, now is a great time to end the stream.
Yeah.
So, I hope you all had an absolutely fantastic time. I certainly had fun. Lots of RP, lots of interesting stuff. And
World building.
nobody's family died. At least none of yours.
Yes.
Yep.
At least none of yours. That lottery.
Yet.
Ooh.
But, you know, it was
My
interesting.
family could still die.
But it won't be because of the lottery.
No.
I think today we're going to go ahead and raid my my good friend Pure Asian Boy. He's currently playing some Hades. So I think we should all go in and say hello. We are aiming to be back next week.
Yes.
And I should be back tomorrow with some gaming. I'm not 100% what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to play some more Left 4 Dead with Mama XR. But that'll be fun. You know, just do that. And then Friday I should be back with Space Junk, hopefully, assuming, you know, nothing catastrophic happens again. In any case, I hope you all have an absolutely fantastic evening. We will catch you next time.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Goodbye.
If I can find OBS, I can end the stream.
Sometimes